Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for closed session. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then we welcome public comment on the items listed for closed session. City Attorney Logue.
Good evening. This is City Attorney Jennifer Logue. There are 3 items on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The name of the case is Wisman Action Committee versus the City of Mountain View, Forest Linebarger, and Tower Investment LLC, Santa Clara County Superior Court case number 25 CV 465-735. Item 2.2 is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The name of the case is San Francisco Baykeeper versus City of Mountain View and City of Sunnyvale, United States District Court case number 20-CV-00824. And item 2.3 is a conference with legal counsel regarding one item of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide public comment on the closed session items listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a speaker card. I am not seeing any hands or public, so I will close public comment and we will recess to closed session. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community and the City of Mountain View Capital Improvements Financing Authority of June 24, 2025. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister? Yep. Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramos?
Here.
Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Do you have a quorum?
Great, thank you so much. We'll move on to item 2, our closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
Good evening. This is City Attorney Jennifer Logue. No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll move on to item 3, presentations. Please note this is a presentation only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue spear card to the City Clerk now. And we will begin with our Immigrant Heritage Month proclamation. We're happy to be joined this evening by Mary Kay Marina Marinovich on behalf of the Friends of Immigrant House to accept this proclamation. And I'll ask her to join me at the lectern. All right, so we're excited to proclaim June is Immigrant Heritage Month, and we're excited that the Friends of Immigrant House is going to be accepting this. And the proclamation reads, whereas generations of immigrants from every corner of the globe have built our country's economy and created the unique character of our nation, and whereas immigrants have been instrumental in building businesses, fostering innovation, and creating jobs, and whereas immigrants have provided California and the United States with unique social and cultural influence, fundamentally enriching the extraordinary character of our state and nation. And whereas immigrants have been tireless leaders, not only in securing their own rights and access to equal opportunity, but also in having campaigned to create a fairer and more just society for all Americans. And whereas despite these countless contributions, the role of immigrants in building and enriching our nation has frequently been overlooked and undervalued throughout our history and continuing to the present day. Now, therefore, I, Ellen Kamei, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby designate June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month in the City of Mountain View. So I'd like to share this. Yes. And we're so fortunate in Mountain View to have the Friends of Immigrant House. And Marina, would you like to say a few words and share?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Kamei and Vice Mayor Ramos and council members for this meaningful recognition. Immigrant House is a rare surviving symbol of the hardworking immigrant families who helped build our city and this country. It also honors Mountain View's agrarian past when orchards and farmland shaped daily lives. We are grateful to the city for preserving this historic home and to the Kiwanis Club of Mountain View and the Mountain View Historical Association for their continued support. In partnership with Parks and Recreation Department and the Kiwanis Club, which will be celebrating its 100th anniversary serving Mountain View next year, we're proud to be planning our 7th annual Harvest History Festival on September 13th from 9 a.m. to noon. We're also developing a virtual tour of Immigrant House and Heritage Park in collaboration with the Friends of Our House. This immersive, interactive experience will highlight the home and the park's features and serve as the foundation for a 3rd grade field trip program connecting our students with the stories that shape this land. Thank you again for shining light on the immigrant stories that continue to shape and enrich Mountain View. Mountain View, that's That's Croatian for long life to Mountain View.
Did you want to take a photo?
Pardon?
Did you want to take a
I
photo?
do.
Yes. So why don't we invite all of our friends, friends of Immigrant House. I see members of our Mountain View Historical Association, members of our Kiwanis. Why don't we all come up? Council will stand and we'll do a photo, and we're lucky to have Armin here to take it. Great. Do you want to hold this up?
Yes, please. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much to our members of our community who joined us. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I would like to thank the Friends of Immigrant House for the wonderful job they do, and urge everybody to go to the fair that they hold in the fall. And I also wanted to mention that I was really struck. Last year I was mayor, and I went and visited all sorts of things and helped open all sorts of things. And one of them was the Mountain View Adult School. And they have this map on the wall that shows the whole world, and it has pins in it from all the places that people have come from that have taken classes at the Mountain View Adult School. And it just blew my mind. There were hundreds of those pins. I didn't really know there were that many countries. So if you have a chance to go visit the Mountain View Adult School to take a class or just to see what the facilities are, check out that bulletin board just to see how many places our community is from.
Great. Thank you so much. I don't see any others in the queue, so I will open up public comment. We'll take public comment for the presentation item. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the presentation item listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. All right. I am not seeing any public comment, so want to thank the Friends of Immigrant House once more. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. Thanks so much. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. If an item is pulled from the consent calendar, it will be considered separately following approval of the balance of the consent calendar. If you'd like to speak on these items or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? All right, I am not seeing any. Oh, there we go. Councilmember McAllister.
Pool. No, I want to comment on 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7. Let's see.
I think we can take.
Well, ask somebody else because I.
Okay, yeah, I think we can take comments. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, it's my custom to go through the consent calendar and thank all the staff that have worked on this. And boy, this is a blockbuster consent calendar. There are 21 items on it. I am not going to go through it all and give out thanks for the various projects. There just are too many. But just know that everybody up here is well aware of the body of work that goes behind it. And we really appreciate that. So I want you to know that. And I have to say, I read every one of them. And I'm pretty sure that all my colleagues read every page as well. So we really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So seeing no others in the queue, I'll return to you, Councilmember McAllister, if you'd like to make your comments.
Questions, follow-up questions to the people that do the. So do I need to pull it if I had questions for staff to clarify?
No.
Okay. Getting a nod from Councilmember Clark there. Okay, I'll start off with 4.4, the grant sleeper project. A general theme I've been doing since I've been on council is cost allocation, getting things done in a timely manner. Can we do things that meet the goal at less money? And this particular one at Stevens Sleeper and Grant Road has been a project that started when I was on council for 2018. And it seems to be rather a simple project to implement, but this is one that I thought that it should have been done a long time ago. Now, there are a lot of projects that I'm going to be talking about that have gone on. The cost of inflation has just doubled the cost of doing business, which is always a bad way of doing it. But this is one that I always thought was rather simple to solve and make it safe. This one we're putting in a crosswalk with lights and so forth, and yet we could have easily just put a barrier at the Cuesta Park site and redirect people to Eunice Avenue, where there is a signal and sidewalks, which would have been much safer than going down Sleeper, which has neither, or redirecting people over to Cuesta, which has a signal and sidewalks. And for some reason, this project seems to be growing and costing quite a bit, but to me, it's an indication that we are on a tight budget and we need to start looking at these projects to say, what can we accomplish at a reasonable price and still maintain the goal of safety on that one. So that was on 4.4, the Grant Sleeper project. I know it's coming. And one other consideration, there's going to be tremendous traffic, and this is not going to help the traffic. So we need to keep an open mind when we do some of these projects. I know Public Works needs to get things done a certain way, but we need to be innovative in how do we solve some of these problems. On 4.5, this is the one where it was a simple one. It was, how was the 5% determined? This was for a fee for the park, for the chamber. And this one, and we just finished up doing a fee study, and yet this must have been passed because the fee was established in 2014, and yet we're still charging the same amount, and I was wondering why. So anybody want to tackle that one? We can get back to me. Oh, okay.
I'm here. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Christine Crosby, Assistant Community Services Director, and thank you for the question. So in 2014 is when the City Council Policy K-14 was last updated, and through that process, staff had brought forward an administrative fee proposal of 6.5%. However, from that meeting, there was public comment received about lowering the cost impacts on special events, and at that time, council approved lowering it to 5%. It was not included within the citywide fee study as it's currently not listed within the master fee schedule, but if that is something that council would like us to review, we can certainly take a look into it. Thank you.
Do you have other fees like that go back these many years, 15 years, that haven't been reviewed?
Off the top of my head, I do not recall of any other fees that are not associated with the master fee schedule.
Okay. Then we'll go on to 4.6, Lot B, the homeless thing. I had a question that didn't really get answered in here that I was hoping it would, was what is the success rate of transitioning from the safe parking to permanent housing?
Good evening, Dinza, Human Services Manager. Thank you for the question. So the county sets benchmarks for programs like safe parking. And so for fiscal year 23-24, the exit rate for our safe parking program was 31%.
Is that good?
The benchmark is 50%, so we were less than the benchmark.
Okay. And why are people, if the safe parking lots were a transitional area, why was it stated that they can stay there as long as possible, as needed?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So safe parking is a temporary program, and the goal is to help residents get on the pathway to more stable housing. However, each client's progress and pathway can look different, so there's no minimum or maximum amount of days that they are allowed to be there. It's really dependent on a case-by-case basis.
Is that a county requirement, or is that something the city of Mountain View has established?
It's a good question. Because the county, we contract with the county, that would be set by the county.
Okay. Is there any programs to expedite their transition for people to get in there?
So part of the requirement with the county is to have case management. And so case managers work individually with clients to help them get on the pathway to that stable housing. And again, that can look different for each client.
Is one of the deterrents for transitioning people the number of supportive housing that the city has? And have we acquired any recent permanent housing solutions in the last 2 years?
I think I can answer your first question. I don't think I can answer your second question, but I can definitely find that information and follow up and share with the city manager. In terms of potential obstacles to transitioning folks to stable housing, the lack of affordable housing, not only locally, but also regionally, can be a contributing factor as to why people might be delayed onto that pathway.
Okay. I do see the Director of Housing there. Maybe he could help address that question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Chen, Housing Director. So the question regarding an acquisition of affordable housing, the city has not funded an acquisition of a project for permanent supportive housing. We did have the most recent project, La Avenida in North Bayshore, that opened with permanent supportive housing. We have over 100 units of existing permanent supportive housing in the city, and then we have a pipeline of, I believe, over 100 units in 100% affordable projects, but not through an acquisition project.
Well, in our homeless, is there a goal or policy to help us acquire some units so that we can expedite the homeless or improve the homeless situation or transition these people out of the, because I'm understanding if we, with the current status now, rating on grants and so forth, it's 3, 4, 5 years before something comes along. So do we have anything that's a little more expeditious?
I don't know that there is necessarily an expeditious strategy for permanent supportive housing and folks who may need more supportive care, who are chronically homeless and who need permanent supportive housing. Usually those units come with services and perhaps more intensive services with case management that is ongoing basis. In the homeless response strategy, there are efforts regarding increasing the housing supply. And that includes evaluating more interim housing strategies, as well as building out our existing pipeline, and then looking for funding partnerships to add more housing units. Because these units are usually more difficult to subsidize because the residents don't have the incomes. They are harder to finance. And if there were other strategies, it would still need case management. And so we would need ongoing operating funds to be able to support, whether it's an acquisition strategy or a new project, we would still need the case management just because of the needs of the clientele.
Are present strategies effective?
The present strategies are effective. I would say we would need more funding to be able to advance our housing pipeline and get more pipeline in the ground. The existing permanent supportive housings are really, as Ms. Tinsa mentioned, responsive to each individual's specific needs with the case management necessary to support their needs, whether it's mental health, employment, training, et cetera. So that services piece is really critical, and without it, permanent supportive housing would not be able to serve the residents quite as well. So the housing and the services really need to come together, and when they have come together, they're very effective to stabilizing the residents.
Are there any potential housing in the pipeline right now?
There are several. We have the Montecito project that is a charities project over in Montecito. And then we have other projects in the pipeline that we're looking to advance. We have the 87 East Evelyn project. We have our Lot 12 project that we are hopeful that they can get their tax credits. That project will have permanent supportive housing in its units in there as well. And there are a couple of other projects that we're evaluating where once realized, it should bring in more than 100 additional permanent supportive housing units.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, 4.7, which is I think my last question. It's one that's been quite fun to talk about, is the McKelvey Ballpark, the sightline seating. And this is started in 2020. I was there at the grand opening of it, and we realized that you could not see home plate. I was going past it, going to work, and I noticed that they were having a tournament there. And I thought it was sort of ironic that they're doing a tournament. But what's nice about baseball tournaments or any sports tournaments that brings people into Mountain View, they spend their money here, they stay here. But the ballpark, to have a tournament and you can't see the ball game from where you're sitting is sort of a detriment. And so I'm glad to see that we're getting improvement there. The initial cost is still undetermined from reading the response to my questions. And I know the city has, working with the water district, have been going, but is there any idea when they'll get a true established estimated cost and when construction may begin on this project?
Good evening. Thank you for the question. Ed Orango, Assistant Public Works Director. We didn't provide a cost estimate as we didn't have that information on what the final solution of the cost associated with remedying the bleacher sightlines. Over the next 6 months, we're going to be initiating that design. We have a project manager assigned to it who will do more evaluation, determination of how to best remedy that, come up with a cost estimate, and then we'll have that information.
So we may have to go back to the water district to ask for more money?
We won't know until we have a cost estimate, and that'll drive the conversation going forward.
Okay. Thank you. So within the next 6 months, we'll see some progress on this?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. And I guess I lied because there was my last one, 4.9. In the report, there was a report that said the SOV goal for North Bay Shore was 45, and we're lowering it down to 35. And there was a second reference to the SOV goal single occupancy in North Bay Shore. We also mentioned 45, and yet in the staff report it mentioned something going about to 35. But in the response to the question, they said, well, we're not really going down to 35, or it was 40. So could I get clarity on that one, please?
Good evening, Jennifer Ng, Public Works Director. So there was a policy that was done several years ago which established how much we want for single occupancy vehicle in the North Bay Shore area, and that policy at that time was to stay between, I believe it was 35 and 40%, and so we are staying within that time frame. At this point, we're not planning to change what was already established at that time.
And right now, the present rate is around 60 to 70%?
It is higher than what we want, yes, but there's a number of factors that go into that, and it talks about it in the staff report, but it talks about sort of the return to hybrid and other factors that are going on in the business world that are driving some of those numbers. It's definitely the city's goal to eventually get back down to what our policy numbers are.
Mahalo, thank you. I'm done.
Wonderful, thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on these items? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. So we have in person for item 4.14, Mark Lynn Hansen. And then we have a virtual public comment after that.
Good evening. I'm Mark Lynn Hansen. I'm a resident of Mountain View, and I'm here to speak on 4.14, the Rengsdorf Avenue safety improvements. I'm a crossing guard for ACMS. We contract with the city, the police department, to keep Crittenden School, students going to Crittenden School and all the other schools in the district, okay? And I handle Rock and Rengsdorf Street, Rock Street and Rengsdorf Avenue. There are particular issues about that intersection that I get from the kids I cross, from the bicyclists that come across, the pedestrians I come across. You have a situation on Rengsdorf where you have a lot of traffic coming either direction, but mainly from the Middlefield intersection. They have a very short window before they hit Rock. And Rock Street does have flashing lights. With the pedestrians can flash them, but they're not always working. They don't always work. And the other situation is with members of the public aren't educated to the idea that they really should hit the buttons when the lights on Rengsdorf are red, because while they are green, those cars are going to keep coming. And they often keep coming even when the lights are yellow. And what I've done mostly for the last school year is I've sent the license plate numbers of cars I see making violations, either speeding or in the event of turning left on Rock. They're turning left on Rock while I'm in the crosswalk and children are in the crosswalk. Or the children are across and I'm not out of the crosswalk, but they're already starting to turn off. Or they're crossing right behind me, behind my back, turning off Rock the other way, going up Rengsdorf. So I wanted to see more interaction with the police department, like the Los Altos police. When I worked at Edith Avenue and Foothill, they were always in communication with me. They would come by and they'd say, how are you doing? What's going on? They could see where the issues were there. And I took license plate numbers for people for almost a year, send them to my supervisor. She'd send them to the police department, and they say, well, at the last point, there was one officer who said he was going to come out and visit with us maybe 2-3 weeks at the end of the year, but nobody came. So we'd like to have a little more interaction with the police department with our particular intersection, even if it's just a meter maid that sits at the corner of Rock Street for 25 minutes in the morning or so. That would keep some of these people from making their illegal left turns while people are in the crosswalk, and keep a little of this impatience out of the picture. That's mainly the thing I'm here to just speak about, is that particular.
Thank you. Sorry, the timer was right here. Okay. Thank you. So since it's public comment, we can't comment back, but I know that we have your information and we can. Yes. Thank you very much, and we can work to follow up with you offline. Any more in-person public speakers? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to our virtual. First, I see April Webster, then Mary Dadio, then Bruce England.
Hi, friends. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to speak on agenda item 4.14, the Rengsdorf Avenue Complete Street Study, and more generally about 4.7. I'm really glad to see green street elements in scope for Rengsdorf. That foundation really matters. But I am concerned that the project name, as it's presented tonight, is missing something really important, and that's the word green. And this isn't just semantics. In the May 13 council meeting, the project was titled Rengsdorf Avenue Green Complete Street Improvements in the CIP documents. The description called out green stormwater infrastructure, street trees, and pollinator landscaping. But tonight, both that word is gone, as are the specific green elements. And this is really important. The devil's always in the details. And when we don't name climate resilience from the start, it's easier for those priorities to fall away. The project title sets the tone. It tells consultants, the community, future funders what matters. And if we don't lead with green, it can quietly slip to the background. We also saw this just a few months ago with the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan, where pocket parks and linear parks, both green streetscape elements, which were supported by the community, were left off the list presented to council to vote on April 22nd, 2025. This was a missed opportunity to integrate green right from the start. And the erosion of green features and the disconnect it creates is really concerning for the public. So I'd like to ask that the project name be restored to include the green. We recommit to green infrastructure wherever we can. In the studies that are reviewed, I'd like to see the inclusion of the biodiversity and urban forest plan for the consultants. I think it's important also that in this project, we coordinate with the fire department who is managing our MRP 3.0 water permit compliance. We have a deadline coming up to meet of 5 acres converted from impervious to pervious. And I'd really like to see greater transparency in how project scopes are carried forward and what specific green elements we're integrating. Finally, as I said, the same sort of concern applies to all of our capital improvement program agenda item 4.7. We really need to see green elements start being explicitly referenced in all projects where it matters, and to consider them as well. And I just want to point out, I also sent these comments by email earlier, but it was a little bit late. And I just want to finally say, if we can't plant a green future if we keep paving over our plans. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Great, thank you. Mary?
Good evening. It's Mary Dadio, and I just wanted to echo the concerns and the recommendations that that April just mentioned regarding the dropping of greening from our active transportation projects. Greening, adding plants and trees is so important for a number of reasons, but one of them that's really caught my attention lately is they're needed to make active transportation practical because of the cooling effect that they have. So when air temperature gets pretty hot, like up around 90 or 100 degrees, which is not unusual these days in Mountain View. We have quite a few days that get like that. The surface temperature can get 50 degrees hotter than the air temperature. So if you've got 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not unusual for us, the surface temperature can be 130 or 140 degrees. And biking and walking become not very practical for a lot of people at that temperature. So those conditions are just really difficult. So we need to keep greening, adding of trees and plants, especially trees, in scope for our active transportation projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce England?
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive, member of Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Green Spaces Mountain View. And I'll be brief. I just want to echo the last two comments related to active transportation projects and including green in the project descriptions and titles. Even if it seems like a minor point, sometimes these things really do define the projects going forward, and then we and people who care have to go back and remind that green was intended to be part of the project. So there's a lot of interest in the community in this, and so you're hearing multiple comments tonight, but believe me, there are other people in the community too who are not speaking tonight who still care about it. And I also just think that the tying the different plans and projects together just makes sense overall. We advocate for this too, the sort of pushing back against siloing that can happen across departments, having those open conversations across departments and making sure that where the sustainability team and community services and public works, where they have mutual concerns and areas of expertise and control, do hear these points from members of the community that we represent. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing no others in virtual speakers, we'll bring the item back for council action and note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the ordinance and resolutions attached to consent calendar items 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, and 4.21, and acknowledge the revised minutes for item 4.1. We have a brave soul in Councilmember Hicks who's going to read everything. So Councilmember Hicks.
I am going to read them all. I am making a motion to accept the staff report. I would like to know whether, I want to also add for 4.14, add the word green back into the title. I don't think that's going to into the title. Is that going to will that be a problem?
Hi, Jennifer Ng again. Actually, this project is funded, it's a study, and it's funded by a Caltrans grant. We actually tried to get the word green into the title for the grant, and Caltrans told us no, because the word complete actually includes the word green. This is a study. We do have the green scope elements within the study itself. The actual design and construction of the project, you'll note, is on the unscheduled list of the 5-year CIP, and that project does have the word green in it.
Okay, in that case, I won't push any more now from the dais. I will push at other times on Green Street elements constantly, but and probably later in this meeting as well. And I just wanted, before I read, and this is quite a long time, so if anybody doesn't want to hear all the titles, it's a good time for a restroom break. I just wanted to note the theme we've kind of had during public speaking, which has all been about our CIPs and how they relate to green elements, shade, and safe routes to school. So something that I hope we'll all take note of tonight and in the future. Now I will move to I will move to accept the staff reports for all of the consent items, including item 4.2, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View, amending Mountain View City Code Article 13, centralizing purchasing systems to align the Mountain View City Code with Public Contract Code Section 22034 and make other clarifying amendments, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View establishing the fiscal year 2025 through 26 appropriations limit, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a request to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for the allocation of fiscal year 2025 through 26 Transportation Development Act Article 3 pedestrian bicycle project funding, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, 1, approving a special event permit and sound amplification permit for the Oktoberfest special event, subject to conditions. 2, approving the closure of certain public streets in the downtown area on Saturday, October 11th, 2025 at 2:30 a.m. through Sunday, October 12th, 2025 at 10 p.m. for the Oktoberfest special event pursuant to California Vehicle Code Section 21101E, and 3, delegating authority to the Community Services Director for future Oktoberfest events to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.6, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View and the Shoreline Regional Park community authorizing the city manager and community manager or designee to amend the amended and restated amphitheater ground lease agreement with Live Nation to extend the term for use of Lot B for safe parking through December 31st, 2030, and finding that adoption of this resolution and the actions taken herein are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View finding that adoption of this resolution and the actions taken herein are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and authorizing the city manager or designee to amend the lease agreement with the County of Santa Clara for safe parking at Shoreline Amphitheater Lot B to extend the term through June 30, 2026, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to execute fiscal year 2025 through 26 funding agreements with the Community Services Agency of Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills for housing-related services in an amount not to exceed $177,000, and the County of Santa Clara for homeless prevention services and programs in an amount not to exceed $825,000, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to amend the grant agreement between the City of Mountain View and the Community Service Agency of Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills for capital improvements to current and future Community Service Agency facilities to extend the term by 2 years to June 30, 2027, and authorizing the city manager or designee to further extend the term without returning to council upon showing of good cause, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.7, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the proposed amendment to the McKelvey Park Detention Basin SCVWD Coordination, CIP 1454, as identified in the fiscal year 2025 through 26 through fiscal year 2029 through 30 capital improvement program, excluding the Shoreline Regional Park community, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the recommended fiscal year 2025 through 26 through 2029 through 30 capital improvement program, including all amendments to existing projects excluding the Shoreline Regional Park community, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Shoreline Regional Park community adopting the recommended fiscal year 2025 through 26 through fiscal year 2029 through 30 capital improvement program for the Mountain View Shoreline Regional Park community, including amendments to existing projects, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.21, which is the last item. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View accepting and appropriating a cannabis tax fund grant from the state of California in the amount of $314,998.25 to help reduce and mitigate the impacts of impaired driving in Mountain View, and authorizing the city manager or designee to take all steps necessary to receive the grant funds, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Great, thank you. Let's vote. Great, and that passes unanimously. So we'll move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. All right, we've got quite the queue, so we'll set the timer for 2 minutes, and we'll begin with those in person first. So that will be Mike Meredith, Andy Blank, Gavin Achtemeier, Joshua Neitzel, and Alex Brown. And then we'll move on to virtual. All right. Let's just make sure that the timer is all queued up for you.
Okay.
Is it up in the little screen here yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great.
I'm tasked with persuading a Superior Court judge to appoint a receiver to bring the small Mountain View condo project into compliance with the building code. The judge would rather not intervene and is asking where is the city's building department. My response is that the building department has been distracted by commissioning millions of square feet of residential and commercial space in recent years, and that's basically it. As evidence, I'm pointing out that we've had 6 fires here in multi-tenant residences in the last 2 years, and preliminary indications were that there were only 2 such fires in the previous 5 years. So at this point, I'm concerned that the city's building inspection code enforcement process has been stretched thin by the growth agenda, and that there are problems that are being overlooked. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Let's see. Andy, then Gavin, then Joshua. If you could all queue up, that'd be great. Then Alex.
Council members, my name's Andy Blank. I'm a Mountain View resident, an employee of Google, and an organizer with Google's labor union, the Alphabet Workers Union. And I'm here to ask for your help in getting Google to follow the Cal-Warn Act. So in April of this year, more than 140 employees in Mountain View were informed that their roles were being eliminated. They had 60 days to find a new role at Google or they would be laid off. More than 90 of them ultimately lost their jobs a little over a week ago. And because that layoff affects more than 50 people in Mountain View, the Cal-Warn Act requires that Google should have notified the employees, the California Labor Commission, and the mayor of Mountain View. To date, the Labor Commission has not received a Cal-Warn notice from Google, and we suspect the city of Mountain View didn't get their copy either. So the Cal-Warn Act explicitly enables cities to enforce it through civil action, requiring the employer to pay employees 60 days worth of wages and benefits. And our union is asking each of the council members to publicly affirm that Google must follow the letter of the law by paying laid off workers the wages and benefits that they're entitled to. And we're further asking the city of Mountain View to let Google know that if it doesn't remedy this situation, the city is willing to take action. Most companies would rather not disclose the details of these mass layoffs. That's why laws like this exist. Doing nothing here sets a precedent that employers in Mountain View and everywhere in California can just ignore the law with impunity. Enforcing the law helps us hold employers accountable and provides transparency around mass layoffs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gavin?
Hello, I'm Gavin Achtemeier from Santa Clara. I'm also a member of the Alphabet Workers Union and a Google employee. Madam Mayor, I believe Andy just broke the news to you that about these layoffs. These layoffs will remove millions of dollars from the local tax base. Google had a legal obligation to have notified you in particular, or your office, in writing of this over 2 months ago now. This was widely reported at the time when they were first announced in April, but reports couldn't name the exact number of people who were laid off. That's because the notice wasn't filed. That is something that goes in the employer's benefit and to the city and public's detriment. That means that news reports can't write about this properly. That means that the Labor Commission and labor retraining efforts aren't prepared for this. The WARN Act was specifically written for cities like Mountain View, cities with single employers that employ a large portion or otherwise provide large portions of revenue to the city and to the people who work there. The WARN Act was built to help the city, to help the people of the city, and built to help the public and agencies that are meant to help these employees who are laid off. So we're again asking both the city and individually each council member to publicly reaffirm that this is not acceptable, that Google is beholden to the law, and that they will be held to account if they continue not to follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua?
Hello, my name is Joshua Neitzel. I'm a resident of Sunnyvale and also a worker at Google with Dan and Gavin, member of Alphabet Workers Union. I'm here to reaffirm and support what they just said, that I believe it is in the public interest for the city of Mountain View to ensure that Google complies with the law in all ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Brown.
Hi, friends. April, I heard you. Giacomo Stees. I'm a former Oogler and a supporter of unions and labor rights, and I would like to stand in solidarity with my former coworkers. I think the city of Mountain View should do what it can to help the people of Mountain View and the employers, especially in the face of a very powerful corporation. All right. Awesome. Hi.
Thank you. Alvin. He snuck in there. Hi.
Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, Council, City Manager McCarthy, City staff, the flowers are very becoming. You guys look great.
We're getting ready for summer recess.
Oh boy, it looks
saying
good.
aloha to summer recess.
My name is Alvin Kerr. I'm a resident of the Sylvan Park neighborhood. I just wanted to just make a comment briefly on the California Street project. It's looking good so far. I'm very grateful that the road is smooth, but I was given some pause, I guess, last week when I drove along it. With the Alamo Drafthouse Cinema now open, which used to be the Icon Theater, and the new project, the 7-story project approved, I'm wondering whether or not that particular section of California Street between San Antonio and Rengsdorf should be dieted. Of course, the area between Rengsdorf and Shoreline, you know, what happened to Mr. Ware in 2012, I think we understand very well why we have to look after safety there. So I just have a request for council to just keep an eye on how the traffic patterns flow as those businesses develop, because the villages in San Antonio may have to have more than one freeway access to it. San Antonio's freeway complex is kind of bad, right? It's pretty bumpy and the ons are bad. Whereas the Rengsdorf complex has more ramps on, what with Charleston and Old Middlefield around there, so you can get on and off more easily. If you could keep your eye on it, that'd be great. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. All right, and then we'll move on to virtual public comment. We have Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Bruce England again on Wisman Station Drive. 2 comments. One, just want to express my support also for the workers at Google who are affected by the latest actions. And as a member of the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition Mountain View team, we're actually Mountain View and Los Altos, I'm hearing quite a bit from people about vehicles continuing to park in the bike areas on El Camino. And the real problem is that the signage and the red curbing and all of that is somewhat ambiguous. So if people understand they can't park there, street parking, that entire length of El Camino in Mountain View, then they wouldn't park there. But because of the ambiguity, they might continue to do it. And then it puts the onus on the police department to enforce and ticket, and they can only do so much, right? So collaboration between Public Works and Caltrans and the police department to make this work will be really important. Of course, we don't want bicyclists to have to pull out into the vehicle lane on El Camino to get past the vehicle. It's one thing to attempt that on Middlefield. It's something else, again, to attempt it on a place like El Camino. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So seeing no others in person or virtually, I'll close public comment and move on to item 6, which is our public hearing. Item 6.1 is the adoption of fiscal year 2025-26 budgets, funding for fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement projects, and fiscal years 2025 to 27 council work plan. City Manager McCarthy will kick us off, and then our Finance and Administrative Services Director, Derek Rampone, and Assistant Finance and Administrative Services Director, Grace Sang, will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the City Clerk now.
All right, good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, and council members. Derek Rampone, your Finance and Administrative Services Director, and like you said, I'm joined by Grace Sang, the Assistant Director. So what you have in front of you tonight is the final step in the adoption of the 25-26 budget. Just as a couple reminders, this is a structurally balanced budget. We did propose a limited number of new ongoing positions in the budget. It really focuses on our long-term service delivery, council strategic priorities, the innovation and improvement of city operations, and downtown and economic vitality. We did make some improvements to the actual budget document this year, as you noted earlier. We did reduce the document by about 200 pages, I'm happy to report. We consolidated and streamlined some of the department pages, so we basically got rid of any duplicate information that might have been in numerous places in the budget. And we've modernized the look and feel and design of the budget as well, so glad to report that. As you're all aware, the budget process really starts in November of each year. Each department is asked to propose budget changes or propose changes to their budget, and those are reviewed right around after the holiday season with the budget team, including the city manager's office. In February, we bring the mid-year budget update to the city council for review, and any possible budget amendments are included in that. This year, on April 8th, we actually had a new step in the process of the budget development where we provided a preliminary review of the 25-26 recommended budget, and that's where we received input from the council on some of our proposals. On June 10th, just last meeting, we had our first public hearing for the recommended budget, and now here we are on the 24th, where we have a couple recommendations, a couple motions in regards to the 25-26 budget adoption, including the appropriation of funds for the CIP, which was just approved, and also the fiscal years 25-27 strategic priorities and work plan from council. Directing your attention to the general operating fund for 25-26, we are showing a small operating balance of $232,000 for next year. In future years, as you can see on this slide, we are projecting some nominal deficits in some of the outer years after next year. As we continue to look at revenues, staff has also been looking at ways to analyzing overhead and other expenditures of the general fund. And as we finalize that analysis, we hope to bring some positive news or a more favorable update in the February mid-year budget update in February of 26. There were two adjustments that were made that just didn't make it in time for the June 10th meeting, and those are shown on the screen. It's actually one of them is $400,000 that we're proposing to be appropriated from the budget contingency reserve for one of the CIP projects, the solar projects. This really is only to be used if our funding from the Inflation Reduction Act does not come through. And so obviously as of now, we're still anticipating that funding, but we wanted to put this in just in case there is an issue and Congress reverses any of the decisions on the Inflation Reduction Act. The other item is $40,000 of rebudgeted funds for the Community for All grant program for phase 2 of the fiscal year 25-26 program. As mentioned earlier, the CIP appropriations is also included in this item tonight. This section is included in the recommended budget starting on page 6-1 and contains the details of each of these categories and can be referenced for further details. These projects, as a reminder, these projects were discussed at the March 25th and May 13th CIP study sessions. And as I mentioned earlier, the CIP was just approved tonight as item number 4.7. Now council is being asked to appropriate the funds. Also included in this item tonight is the adoption of the council strategic priorities and fiscal year 25-27 council work plan. As you can see, there are 16 projects in the work plan to advance council's strategic priorities. And mentioned earlier, there are 3 motions included with this item. They can be seen on the following slides, but it does include the adopting the recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26, including the Shoreline Regional Park community, the salary plans for 25-26, and adopting the strategic priorities and work plan for fiscal years 25 through 27. And that's all of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Would any member of the council have a question? Staff? Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, thanks. So there was one mention about council payroll included in there, but in the staff report, you don't have to look into it. The question is, did you happen to notice what other cities are paying their council members?
Finance has not done a in-depth detail look on what others are being paid, so no, I have not.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, great. Any other council member have a question? Not seeing any, I can move on to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I am not seeing any in-person or virtual public comment. So I'll close public comment and bring the item back for council deliberation and action. And note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to the report. And we do have a motion by Councilmember McAllister, seconded by Councilmember Hicks. So I can turn it over to you, Councilmember McAllister, if you'd like to read.
There used to be a way where you just say as written, so now we have to read everything, huh? Thanks. Okay. 6.1. Okay, thank you. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View appropriating $200,000 for capital improvement project 14.54 McKelvey Park Detention Basin, Silicon Valley Water Department, and authorizing the Finance Administrative Service Director to make adjustments and correction to capital improvement program amounts and determine final capital improvement program amount based on council's direction to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the fiscal year 2025-26 city budget. 2, appropriating funds to cover expenditures approval by said budget. 3, authorizing the city manager to execute a funding agreement consistent with nonprofit funding appropriations in the adopted budget. 4, adjust the business license tax amount by the annual consumer price index in accordance with section 18.7 of the city municipal code. And 5, authorize the Finance Administrative Service Director to adjust appropriations in various funds as needed to align with actual revenue earned and received as specifically set forth herein, make final adjustments to the community statement.
Apologies. So it's to read all of this instead. Is that what we're confirming? Just looking to staff. Sorry, Councilmember McAllister.
Am I reading too much?
No, I think that there's the actions that need to be read, there's the first motion, and then the second motion, and the third. So if you look here.
Look there?
Yeah. Is that what he has to read? Does he have to read all of the three motions? I believe, correct? So I think it's just more than what's
that was already presented to us? Oh. I'll read whatever you want.
So this is part of this is all part of motion 1. So I think you read item 1, item 2, then if you look down, item 3 where it says commit, I think that's the next part of the motion.
Would you like me to continue
right?
from there?
No?
Yeah, just the title of the resolutions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The moving the motion would be everything in the recommendation, but all that needs to be read is the resolutions.
Okay, I'm confused. Now where do you want me to go? Here or here? Do I need to read?
I think we're just
3 and 5, or?
okay. Just so I think just keep going with the next part, right? Okay.
This one? Okay. I'll be glad to. Make a final adjustments to the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act and Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance budget and fees, adjust appropriations related to the Graham Middle School site based on billed invoices, and determine final budget amounts based on council's direction to be read and titled further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the regular and hourly salary plans for fiscal year 2025-26 to be read and titled only further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Shoreline Regional Community. 1, adopt the fiscal year 2025-26 Shoreline Regional Park Community Budget. 2, appropriate funds to cover expenditures approved by said budget. And 3, authorize the treasurer to adjust appropriations as needed to make payments in accordance with the tax sharing agreement with Santa Clara County and the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement to align appropriations with actual revenue earned and received as specifically set forth herein, and determine final budget amounts based on board direction. Adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View Capital Improvement Financing Authority adopting the fiscal year 2025-26 budget for debt services payments, appropriating funds to cover expenditures approved by said budget, and authorizing the MVCIF, which is the Mountain View Capital Improvement Financing Authority, treasurer to make budget adjustments and determine final budget amounts based on the Mountain View City Capital Improvement Financing Authority Board direction to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks.
So I'll second that. And also, I just wanted to thank staff and the city manager for the way the budget and associated the CIPs, the work plan has been handled this year. I think we had some early presentation, sort of a preview, and I think that allowed us to make much more meaningful comments this time. And for those of you who didn't make our exciting previous meetings on this subject, the council did ask lots of questions then and give lots of feedback, so it's not always this quick. This is carefully considered. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, I just, for the record, thank you, Councilmember McAllister, for reading all that. Just for the record, the motion is the staff recommendation, which included the reading of the titles of the resolutions, and we're taking, instead of voting separately, we're taking a single vote on motions that include the actions of the City of Mountain View, the Mountain View Shoreline Regional Park Community, and the City of Mountain View Capital Improvement Financing Authority on Bonk, it sounds like. So.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. it was listed motion 1, 2, 3. So I wanted to make sure it encapsulated all of that plus the reading of the resolution. So appreciate that. All right. Seeing no other colleagues in the queue, let's vote. Wonderful, and that passes unanimously. Thanks again to staff. So we'll move to item 6.2, modification of 777 West Middlefield Road below market rate housing. Housing Director Wayne Chen will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Wayne Chen, your Housing Director. Thank you for your time tonight to review considerations for modifying the below market rate housing requirements for the residential project at 777 West Middlefield Road. Brief background, Council approved this project back in May of 2019. It was a gatekeeper project, and it was approved with a BMR alternative mitigation. The developer, Miramar Capital, partnered with the Mountain View Wisman School District to build the BMR units in a separate standalone building. The BMR units were financed with school bonds, Measure T. The goal for the BMR alternative mitigation was to allow higher income levels to achieve middle income housing and to achieve the purpose of attracting and retaining teachers and staff in a high cost area. The total project has 716 units. 20% of the units are BMR units, again, delivered in a standalone building. That's 144 units, of which 124 units are for the school district staff and teachers, and 20 units for city staff. The school district has achieved some key milestones over the past few months. The Staff Housing Oversight Committee was created to oversee the project, and there have been several meetings over the past few months. There was a great ribbon cutting event in October of last year to celebrate the project. In December, the BMR application process began for both teachers, school district staff, and city staff, and tenants began moving in February. Over the past few months, city staff have been discussing with the school district some challenges that they're experiencing filling the moderate income units. As you can see on this chart, there are both low income units, 80% AMI, and moderate income units, 120% AMI. The majority of the units are moderate income units, and there's currently a 93% vacancy rate on those units. There have been really two key barriers that have led to the low lease-up for the BMR units. First, you'll see that the current 120% AMI levels, what they are, adjusted by household size. And some of the key comments have been that while an individual could potentially qualify for the units at these levels, it's very difficult to qualify if there is a dual income household. And if there is an initial qualification, right now there's a grace period that if a household becomes over income, there's a 1-year grace period to find alternative housing. And those two factors have led to the units being less desirable. Basically, the requests from the developer and the Mountain View Wisman School District have been related to these two items. One is to consider increasing the AMI level to 150% AMI level, which could help initial qualification, and then also extending the 1-year grace period to 3 years to allow more time for a household to find alternative housing and to help support school district operations. There's some key findings that went into evaluating this request. First of all, is just, again, the high vacancy rate of the modern income units. They're just not being filled, and the rents are necessary to keep the project financially viable. There's also been a recent school district survey that showed that at the higher AMI levels, the interest would significantly increase for the units. Again, a higher income level can help with the qualification and keep folks qualified and not become over-incomed. The extended grace period, again, helps with the attractiveness of the units, provides more stability, provides more time for teachers to find alternative housing if they become over-income, and it supports the district operations by helping to attract and retain staff because the BMR units are more beneficial at that point. It can help with operations to actually fill hard-to-fill positions. And the school district does provide a lot of investments in its teachers through professional development and other efforts. And if a teacher were to become over-income and would have to leave the area in the school district, then the school district wouldn't be able to really see the benefits of those investments. And then finally, more of a qualitative aspect of the ability for teachers to live in the community in which they teach. Helps strengthen the connections with the students in the community, and it brings along those other benefits that come with living and working in the same place, reduced traffic congestion, reduced commute times. Just a few other considerations to note is that there is actually a specific state Teacher Housing Act that was created to establish a policy around advancing and supporting the teacher housing and providing some flexibility to do so. Again, the BMR alternative mitigation was intended to help attract and retain teachers and staff. Just to note that the provisions of the project does include a waterfall provision that if the units are not able to be leased up by the district or the city or other school districts, that they can waterfall to the general public. And those general public units, if council were to support these requests, they would just stay with the provisions that they have currently, which is the 120% AMI level and the 1-year grace period. Finally, just to note that the Sevens is a unique project because it is a teacher housing project and it qualifies for these special considerations, and other projects that are not similarly situated wouldn't have these special considerations accorded to them. If council supports and approves the recommendations, there are two steps that we would have to take. The project itself, the underlying project, has a conditions of approval 66, which has the AMI level, which would need to be updated from 120% to 150%. There's also a BMR regulatory agreement that governs the project, and that includes, among other things, the AMI level and the grace period, and then that document would also need to be updated as well to reflect the changes. I won't read the recommendation, but the recommendation is to support approve the requested two changes of increasing the AMI levels from 120% AMI to 150% AMI and extending the grace period from 1 year to 3 years. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Do members of the council have any questions? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the presentation from staff and the responses provided to the council in advance of the meeting. I just wanted to clarify one thing. The responses suggest that each of the sections in the Teacher Housing Act ought to be considered, I guess, independently. So for instance, affordable housing or affordable rental housing is defined in Section 53572, and the responses to the council question seem to suggest that that only applies to Section 53572 and not to the other parts of the Teacher Housing Act. Is that a fair understanding?
Why don't I jump in here and explain those responses? So when you read the provisions of that act, that term is defined in one section, the 533572 affordable housing, and it's just a specific definition. And then when you go to the other provisions of the act, if the term is not used in that provision, it wouldn't be applicable, right? So the term affordable rental housing is used in section 53574, but it is not used in 53573, which provides broader ability for establishing affordable housing for teachers and school district staff. And so, yes, it's not that you read the provision separately, it's just that the defined term, if it's not used in the provision, then it's not applicable in that provision. And so when we were citing to referencing 53573, we were stating that that provision was drafted more broadly to provide almost an exception or an additional method for establishing affordable housing for this group of persons. And so the provisions, the act should be read together, but that term was not used in the particular provision we were referencing.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I was curious about how the renting out of these units is expected to go now. I mean, so if we pass this tonight, that'll change the rules and people will be able to apply, I take it. But, and then the other thing I wondered is, teachers usually do things on a school year. And I would assume most teachers would have gotten their housing all set up last summer, at least, for this school year. So the fact that we didn't open the apartments for renting until February, how big a barrier or a sort of a bump is that for you, those two things?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Just on the first part, based on the school district's information, they believe that the increased AMI level and the grace period would help a lot. We would still have to see how many folks apply and go through the screening process as well. But they do see a significant potential benefit, including the information that they received from the recent survey with their teachers. Regarding your second question, I believe the superintendent is on the line, and perhaps he could speak more to the operational aspects of your second question.
Hi, Dr. Bear.
Hi, this is Jeff Bear, Superintendent of Mount View Wisdom School District. In response to Ms. Showalter's question, yes, I think we would typically see a greater opportunity for teachers to change residences in alignment with the school year, right? So summertime being a more natural time for teachers to choose to move or staff to choose to move. So yes, I think that's more on the cycle. Whether it will play out is something we certainly hope.
And Mr. Chen, another question I have is, how much time are we going to allow to go by offering these units up to teachers and city staff before we go into the waterfall project process?
Thanks for that question. So there are provisions in the BMR agreement in terms of the process for the waterfall. I believe this is still a piece where the specific timeframes would just be developed and coordinated on with the school district, and we can flesh those out further after this meeting in terms of timeframes.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I sort of have the same question, but I noticed that we have the president of the school board here in the council's chambers, and I wonder if Mr. Lambert can answer a question for us, please. Well, if you came up here, I'd be glad to ask it to you. Aren't we lucky that you're here today?
Bill Lambert, president of the Mountain View Wisdom School District.
My question is, once you get this rolling, do you have a time frame that you'll release, going along with Councilmember Showalter, when you would release the units at the 150 level to the other school districts?
We haven't discussed that, and I can't answer that question.
So, I mean, your vacancy rate is pretty low, so I was just wondering, do you have a time frame that you're going to keep it in-house to get as much as you can, or is the financial realities going to kick in and says we need to start getting some people?
Well, I think following up on what Superintendent Bear said, it will help to understand how the vacancies are filled with the new teachers coming in this year. And I think we'll have a better idea after that, how many vacancies remain, and then we'll have to decide what to do going forward.
So it's pretty fluid. Then you have just see what happens to.
Well, within the next couple of months, the school's going to start again. So we will know how many teachers are moving in or not moving in.
And then you'll open it up to so you potentially around September may open it up to other school districts, like the high school district then potentially?
That was written in the waterfall provision. Exactly what we will do and how we will do it, we have not discussed that yet.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other colleagues have questions? All right, seeing none, I'll bring the item for public comment. If any member of the public has public comment on this item, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we can display a timer, but I'm not seeing any. So I'll close public comment and bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. And we have a motion by Councilmember Clark, seconded by Vice Mayor Ramos. So Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, the motion is to adopt the staff recommendation, which is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, 1, amending the City of Mountain View Resolution number 18329 to modify condition of approval COA number 66 to increase the income eligibility for moderate income housing units from 120% of the area median income to 150% of the area median income, also known as AMI, for qualifying Mountain View Wisman School District and city employees, finding that pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Section 15060C2, the proposed modification of COA number 66 is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. And 3, authorizing the city manager or their designee to amend the below market rate BMR regulatory agreement to increase the income eligibility for moderate income housing units from 120% AMI to 150% AMI for qualifying Mountain View Wisman School District and city employees, and extend the amount of time Mountain View Wisman School District teachers and staff have to vacate an income restricted BMR unit after exceeding the income limit from 1 year to 3 years, to be read in title only, for the reading waived.
Great, thank you. I see Councilmember Showalter in the queue.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we took the opportunity to thank the staff and everyone who has been involved in this process. This is a very unusual project, and I think that's one of the reasons why it hasn't gone quite as smoothly in terms of renting up as it might have. It's a new, this is sort of a new kind of affordable housing for us, and it's not common at all around the state. There are a few of them, but very few. So we should be proud that this project is going forward and it's been built. It certainly is a lovely building, and it's a great example of the positive collaboration that we can have between the city and the school district. And I think we should all really be celebrating that, because it's, it's just so important. We have the same kids and the same community, and it's very important that we work together. And then, in addition to that, I wanted to say a special thank you to our colleague, Lucas Ramirez, who has served on the coordination committee with the school district to work out some of these kinks that have come up in the last few months. And he will be working on it, I'm sure, for quite a while, actually. No?
I'll let the superintendent or the board president correct me, but I think the intention is to retire the oversight committee, and then a successor body will be responsible for the operational.
Okay. Well, anyway, thank you so much for your service. We really appreciate it.
All the things he's doing that are giving him gray hair, I'm sure. All right, so let's take the vote. Thank you, and that motion passes unanimously. Appreciate staff. We'll move on to item 7, which is new business. Item 7.1 is our water supply reliability contract actions. Water Resources Manager Elizabeth Flagel and Assistant Public Works Director Lisa Au will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. We'll begin with a staff presentation.
Is that better? Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm Elizabeth Flagel, Water Resources Manager, joined here by Lisa Au, Assistant Public Works Director. And today we'll be discussing a proposed package of water supply reliability contract actions. These recommended actions pertain to the city's water supply from San Francisco, which is the primary water source for the city of Mountain View. The proposed package includes 2 discrete but related actions. One action is to adopt an amendment to the water supply agreement between San Francisco and its 26 wholesale customers, which includes the city of Mountain View. The second action is to adopt a drought allocation plan between the wholesale customers. This second action is independent of San Francisco. The San Francisco Regional Water System is governed by the Water Supply Agreement, or WSA, between San Francisco and the wholesale customers. The WSA determines how water and system costs are allocated between the parties. Today's actions relate to only a few aspects of the WSA, specifically the minimum purchase requirement for agencies with a secondary imported water supply, and drought allocations at 2 levels. Tier 1, which allocates water between San Francisco and the wholesale customers collectively, and Tier 2, which allocates water amongst the wholesale customers individually through a separate agreement that is referenced in but not directly included in the WSA. This chart shows the use of Mountain View's 4 different water supplies over the last quarter century. San Francisco water is shown in dark blue, Valley Water Supply in light blue, groundwater in gray, and recycled water in purple. As one of the 4 wholesale customers with access to a secondary imported water supply, in our case from Valley Water, the city of Mountain View has a minimum purchase requirement from San Francisco, which is currently set just below 9 million gallons per day, represented by the dashed red line. Although originally intended to prevent source shifting to other imported supplies, over the past 15 years, Mountain View has struggled to meet its minimum purchase requirement, due mostly to a back-to-back sequence of severe droughts where the city was required or requested to conserve water. As a result, Mountain View has paid over $15 million for water we could not use. The bill last fiscal year was nearly $4 million. These charges are inconsistent with the original intent of the minimum purchase requirement and in direct conflict with other provisions of the WSA that support conservation and the development of local water supplies, including groundwater and recycled water. The proposed WSA amendment will provide several changes to address the city's minimum purchase problem. The first, it will reset the minimum purchase quantities, or MPQs, at 80% of current non-drought usage, with an opportunity for review in 10 years. Second, it will allow agencies to ease back into their MPQs after a drought. And third, it will create a collective waiver for years when the aggregate usage from all 4 minimum purchase agencies exceeds the total MPQs, similar to a cell phone family plan. These changes are expected to eliminate future charges for unused water and realign the minimum purchase requirement with its original intent. The city's reset MPQ is shown here by the solid red line, which you will note is below the city's recent usage of San Francisco water. Today's actions also affect the allocation of water during droughts. Water shortage allocation is governed at 2 levels. Tier 1, which is included in the WSA, distributes water to San Francisco and the wholesale customers collectively. Tier 2 allocates water between the wholesale customers individually as a standalone agreement separate from the WSA. The recommended WSA amendment would add a collective waiver for Tier 1 compliance, very similar to the MPQ family plan that previously discussed. The recommended Tier 2 plan is the specific method used to allocate water between the individual wholesale customers, which I will describe in detail in the following slides. The proposed Tier 2 plan is based on 4 policy principles. It aims to provide for basic health and safety needs, to minimize adverse economic impacts, to provide predictability and flexibility, and to incentivize water use efficiency and the development of local alternative water supplies. The Tier 2 plan accomplishes these goals by allocating water in a stepwise fashion for residential, commercial, and seasonal irrigation uses, with an extra bump in allocation based on agencies' actual use and their individual supply guarantees, or ISGs, which are documented in the WSA but are not affected by the actions being considered today. The negotiated package requires concessions from all agencies, agreed upon by agency-appointed representatives through more than 60 meetings over 2.5 years. The Tier 2 plan must be unanimously adopted by all 26 wholesale customers. The WSA amendment must be adopted by all wholesale customers and by San Francisco. In conclusion, today's recommendation includes the adoption of 2 resolutions, one to approve the WSA amendment and one to approve the new Tier 2 drought allocation plan contingent on passage of the WSA amendment. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Does any member of the council have a question? Councilmember McAllister.
What is our independent supply guarantee amount?
12.46 million gallons per day.
Has that changed over the years?
In 2017, I believe we sold 1 million gallons per day to the city of East Palo Alto.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I thought this would be a great opportunity for you to share with people kind of why our water use has continued to decline, even though our population's gone up.
Well, I think there are a lot of contributing factors. Certainly the increased conservation, both in terms of response to drought and in terms of long-term changes to building efficiency, to landscape efficiency and aesthetics. Also, we have been developing our own alternative supplies through recycled water, and general water use efficiency has improved pretty greatly over time.
So it's really, I mean, when I look at these figures, our population has more than doubled over this time period. I'm pretty sure, or over the time period of your graph, and but our water use has declined, and I think that's important for us to remember that this conservation has really worked, and the changes in the building code, like we all have low-flow toilets now. I mean, those things, we're much more conscious about using water. Those things really work. And I just, at these times, I think it's important to share the success. And it's not, I mean, you can see it in the numbers. It's very, very clear. So thank you very much for taking care of this. That was my question.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So council asked questions of staff in written form before we asked you verbally. And one of the questions, which I have to say I got late in the day and skimmed, but it sounds like we have been paying multiple millions of dollars in fines for not using enough water, a little contradictory, as you've been saying, and that in the future you think we will not be paying any fines. Did I read that right? Or do you think in the future we may occasionally pay some?
The way the minimum purchase amendment is set up is it is designed to avoid future fines, future payments for unused water. So we have the three-pronged approach, which we believe will eliminate the unused water charges.
You think it'll eliminate them completely?
We sure hope so.
Okay.
We did build in also a 10-year review. So if the problem were to reoccur in 10 years, then there is a process by which we can open up that conversation and address future issues.
Good, because that was going to be my next question. And I had always thought that because we're working on recycled water and you want to encourage things like that, that maybe it should be directly tied to the production of that. But if it's going to potentially eliminate all the fees anyway, that seems good enough to me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So seeing no other colleagues in the queue, I'll open up public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? Or anyone in person? I see one member in person. So we will, each speaker will have 3 minutes. Hello to our old colleague, hello.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Matichek, and I'm here tonight to express my sincere appreciation to Elizabeth Flagel, who as part of her role here at the city is to also be the water management representative to BOSCA. I was the city's representative on the BOSCA board for 6 years and saw some of the results of your great work. I'm sure a lot of other work was going on that benefited the city in other ways. I recognize that tonight the council is discussing 2 significant items that Ms. Flagel has been working on that pertain to the city's supply of water from the San Francisco PUC. But I want to focus on the amendment to the water supply agreement between the SFPUC and the 26 members of BOSCA. I think Ms. Flagel has always had the goal of doing everything she possibly could to eliminate the penalties the city was paying for not purchasing the minimum amount of water that the city was contractually obligated to purchase from the SFPUC. And I'm sure she encountered many challenges, and it took her a while to accomplish this, but I greatly appreciate that you never gave up, that you stuck with it, and now this is finally coming to fruition, as long as all the other 26 or 25 jurisdictions approve this. Ms. Flagel is tenacious, and she strategically and skillfully worked with the other water management representatives to BOSCA to negotiate the change to the water supply agreement. The change, as you've heard tonight, reduces the city's minimum purchase requirement and, in effect, eliminates the penalties. It does require all of the 26 jurisdictions that purchase water from the SFPUC to approve this, and I encourage all of them to do just that. It seems like it benefits everyone, and I really do want to make sure this passes. The city and the residents of Mountain View have done a superb job of reducing their water use, and this change to the minimum purchase requirement recognizes those conservation efforts. We should all celebrate Ms. Flagel for doing such a superb job on the new agreement. And on behalf of the residents of Mountain View, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wonderful. Lisa, do you mind telling the public what BOSCA stands for? In case they don't know. Sorry, I just realized that we've been using the acronym, but we've
Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and I believe Councilmember Showalter is now the representative.
Yes, thank you. And a big thank you to you as well for your 6 years of service on behalf of the city of Mountain View, because it's a team effort between staff and the colleagues, our colleagues currently, but our colleagues that came before. So thank you so much for your work, because it's been a long, arduous road to get here. So thank you.
It was my pleasure, but really the credit goes to Ms. Flagel. I was there cheering her on and trying to support her, but it was really Ms. Flagel who did the boatload of the work.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other public comment in person or virtually, so I'll turn it over to Councilmember Clark, who has made the motion, and Councilmember Showalter, who seconded it.
Yeah, I also want to start by thanking Ms. Flagel and former Mayor Matichak. This is one of those things where, when I first got on council, you learn about all these strange things that are going on. You had no idea that were going on, and this is one of the most head-scratching things, because when I was first on council, we very quickly got into a severe drought condition, and then you learn that essentially the system is set up to punish you for conserving water, and we ended up in this world where there were secondary markets. We were selling water rights to East Palo Alto, and then you, of course, try and figure out how to fix it, and you're like, well, these are long-term contracts, and you could maybe change it someday if you got 26 agencies to agree to something, and all these other things. But and here we are, because of the tenacity of folks like former Mayor Matichak and Ms. Flagel and the team and everyone who was working behind this. We're going to get it done, hopefully. Fingers crossed that everyone else approves this, and not only will we be saving probably millions of dollars over time, we will also be incentivized, or the incentive structure will adjust so that all these agencies aren't being punished for doing the right thing, which is conserving water over time. So thank you all again for this. Hopefully this is and the mechanism to address this in the future is really important, because obviously that mechanism didn't exist, or else we wouldn't have had to go through all this. So I will move that we adopt this staff recommendation, which is to adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Mountain View approving an amendment to the amended and restated water supply agreement between the city and county of San Francisco and wholesale water customers in Alameda County, San Mateo County, and Santa Clara County be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving the Tier 2 Drought Response Implementation Plan pursuant to Section 3.11.c of the amended and restated water supply agreement with San Francisco to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I too would like to thank Ms. Flagel for all of her efforts. It has been a many years' effort, and it was one of those things that when you learned about it, you just kind of, it was just really hard to believe that it would be so difficult to change. But getting 26 jurisdictions to agree on something is very difficult. But all of the paperwork has been put together, and the first and maybe the hardest vote was to get the San Francisco Board of Supervisors to approve this, and that has happened. And I think a few other cities have already approved it. We are the third or fourth, I think. And seventh? You think we're the seventh? Oh, okay. And I've seen a potential schedule, and if everything goes well, which it will, we will get this done in the next 3 or 4 months. So we will be reporting back as needed about how, the progress, but it's this is our job to vote for it. So thank you very much, Elizabeth and Lisa, for all the work. and Lisa Matichak, and also our previous BOSCA reps. I think the one before Lisa was Mike Kasperzak, and undoubtedly that was being worked on then as well, because this has gone on a long, long time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's vote. Great, and that passes unanimously. Thank you again to staff. We'll move on to item 8, which is unfinished business. Item 8.1 is our new council policy G9 gatekeeper application policy and procedures. Community Development Director Christian Murdoch. Colleagues are asking for a break, so we'll let them get set up and we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay. Yeah, no problem.
I don't know, Allison, how long are you going to keep us here?
All right, everyone, we're going to reconvene and we'll begin item 8, unfinished business. Item 8.1 is our new council policy G9, gatekeeper application policy and procedures. Community Development Director Christian Murdoch and Assistant Community Development Director Amber Blazinski will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue spear card to the city clerk now. We'll begin with the staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Christian Murdoch, and I'm the Community Development Director. I'm joined on the dais by Assistant Community Development Director Amber Blazinski, and also in the Council chambers by Assistant Community Development Director Lindsay Hagan. As we begin our discussion, I want to just set the baseline of information by explaining what a gatekeeper application is. A gatekeeper application is a development project that requires a legislative amendment, such as a change to the city's general plan or zoning map or standards, because the project as proposed would not comply with the adopted regulations. The city's gatekeeper policy stems from 2001, when City Council determined a mechanism should exist to manage staff resources expended on processing of applications that require legislative amendments. In June 2023, Council placed an update to the gatekeeper policy on its 2-year priority work plan. Council held study sessions and other discussions of the policy in 2023 and 2024. The Council held an authorization hearing in September 2024 using the existing policy, and that was the most recent gatekeeper authorization. More recently, the Council Policy and Procedures Committee, or CPPC, met in March 2025 to review the draft policy you're considering tonight. When considering an update to the gatekeeper policy, it's important to keep in mind obligations the city has in the housing element related to gatekeeper applications. These include identifying additional exemptions for residential projects, and holding at least one gatekeeper authorization hearing per year, which may be limited to projects with proposed residential development. The city has already fulfilled its obligation to accept gatekeeper applications before June 30, 2024. The flowchart here helps to visualize the processes for the 2 types of gatekeeper applications. The streamlined gatekeeper application process allows an applicant to directly file a formal planning application and begin project processing. Staff will determine compliance with the adopted criteria for streamlined gatekeeper applications at that time. No council authorization hearing is required. For standard or regular gatekeeper applications, an initial application must first be made to allow staff time to evaluate for consistency with adopted council criteria. Once that evaluation is completed, applications are brought forward to a council authorization hearing. At that time, council will determine whether to allow a project to file a formal planning application and begin processing. The draft policy proposes 2 categories for streamlined gatekeeper projects. The first is for 100% affordable housing projects. This would expand the affordable housing project category beyond the current limitation to projects seeking funding through the city's Notice of Funding Availability or NOFA process. The second category is for projects of limited size that provide substantial community benefits. This would replace the 2 existing categories for projects on sites up to 2 acres that involve either an industrial to residential conversion or that have split zoning. The list of criteria reflects staff's efforts to pull together various council feedback from prior discussions on the gatekeeper policy. The first 4 criteria relate to project type, density, and location, while the remaining criteria relate to different project characteristics or performance standards. As drafted, the policy would require all of the criteria to be met for a project to be eligible for streamlined gatekeeper processing. This map demonstrates parcels in the city that are 3 acres or less in area and that are adjacent to areas zoned for residential development at more than 12 units per acre. We'll shift now to discussing the regular gatekeeper application criteria. As with the streamlined gatekeeper criteria, staff has pulled together 8 categories that reflect prior council discussion about key areas of focus for gatekeeper projects. These 8 categories are intended to provide examples to applicants about project characteristics they can feature with their projects to demonstrate high-quality project design, alignment with council priorities and policies, and providing substantial community benefit. In general, the theme across these categories is to exceed any adopted city requirements. The policy provides examples of ways an applicant can incorporate characteristics from each category into a project. The first three categories are affordable housing, business retention and expansion, and parks and open space. The categories continue with community facilities, transportation, and trees and biodiversity. And lastly, our categories for historic preservation and sustainability. Distinguished from the streamlined gatekeeper criteria, none of these identified categories are required for a regular gatekeeper project in the draft policy. An applicant can propose project components addressing all or many of these categories, or none at all, and still be able to move forward to a council authorization hearing. However, the policy encourages maximum alignment with the identified categories to increase the chances of favorable consideration for a regular gatekeeper project. The draft policy also includes a number of administrative provisions. These are intended to clarify how the city will process and consider gatekeeper applications. Of note, the draft policy includes a requirement for gatekeeper applicants to enter into a development agreement with the city to provide a mechanism to ensure provision of the community benefits proposed by applicants during the gatekeeper process. For next steps, staff wants to emphasize that adoption of the updated gatekeeper policy this evening will be necessary in order to open the gatekeeper process in 2025 under the new policy requirements. If for any reason council does not adopt the policy tonight, then we'll bring back further revisions for consideration at a future council meeting and carry forward with the 2025 gatekeeper process under the current procedures. If council adopts the policy tonight, we'll move forward with publicizing its adoption to announce the open application period, prepare ordinance amendments for Environmental Planning Commission recommendation, and bring those forward for council adoption later in 2025. And finally, with the new policy, we anticipate holding the 2025 council authorization hearing in the first quarter of 2026 due to the mid-year timing of the new policy adoption and anticipated time required for applicants to prepare their gatekeeper applications. Staff recommends that the council adopt a resolution to adopt the new council policy G9 governing gatekeeper application policy and procedures. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does any member of the council have any questions? Councilmember McAllister? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Hicks, I can go to you first.
So thank you very much. My question, I'm a little puzzled. You can tell me whether I should be asking this question or not, because the staff report and the presentation seemed a little different to me. So in the staff report, it mentioned TDRs, and I was going to ask for a little longer explanation of that, because I didn't fully understand how that related to the gatekeeper process.
So there could potentially be different ways that your question relates to the gatekeeper process. There is an established Los Altos School District transfer of development rights process that in the past has followed a gatekeeper-like authorization process for applicants to utilize the square footage to allow their projects to exceed the applicable general plan or zoning limitations. There also was an earlier consideration of potentially allowing use of transfer of development rights as one of the ways to show community benefits, but we need more time to think through how that would integrate with this new gatekeeper process. And so we don't have it in the draft policy at this point in time. Okay.
For some reason, I saw that somewhere, and I think it is the second point that you referenced, that it's something for, I personally, now I'm getting into comments, I think it could be interesting, but I don't believe we're ready for it yet. So I'm glad you said that the same thing. Then the second thing is regarding historic preservation. I also, that's one I'm also interested in, but I felt like I needed a little more detail.
Sure. So the draft policy addresses historic preservation in two different ways. One is through the streamlined gatekeeper criteria. And so if I can go back in the slides and just bring up the criteria for the streamlined gatekeeper process. So what the policy currently presents is essentially that a streamlined gatekeeper cannot propose demolition of a historic resource. And it also would need to contribute funding to preservation of historic resources located off-site in a value proportionate to the land value of the project site. So essentially creating a fund to allow offsite preservation, either through the city in its actions or potentially through some sort of nonprofit partner. The other way is through the list of categories for a regular gatekeeper application. So in this case, as noted earlier, there's no requirement to do a particular thing, but examples would include preserving on-site historic resources, so not altering or demolishing them in an adverse way, repurposing historic resources for public enjoyment, so perhaps making an older historic building accessible for public access and enjoyment, or funding long-term preservation of off-site historic resources, similar to the explanation a moment ago, through a cash contribution, for example.
So thank you for running through that. Those are the two different sections that I'd seen it in, and they all of those different ways of addressing historic preservation sound interesting to me, like the TDRs did. But it seems like we're going to have a process where council thinks through historic preservation a little more. And again, like the TDRs, I'm wondering if you feel it needs more. I mean, it seems to me it's going in the right direction, but do you feel it needs more work? How do you feel? Let me ask that a different way. I feel that with a lot of the things in the proposed gatekeeper process, council will be reviewing aspects of them over the next year or so. So historic preservation, biodiversity, and urban forestry, and objective design standards. It seems to me that what we come up with in those projects may inform the gatekeeper process. So are you thinking about that? How are you thinking about that? What will be the conversation between the two?
Sure, thank you. So I don't see any incompatibility at this point. I think you touch on an important theme, which is that the gatekeeper policy will likely need to be amended over time. And so, for example, as we move forward and the council considers and ultimately adopts an update to the historic preservation ordinance, there may be a need to reflect some sort of different parameters in the gatekeeper policy, for example. So what we have envisioned in regard to that or other changes in circumstances is that council will need to periodically review this and determine if changes are warranted to ensure the right outcomes are being achieved for the community across the range of important policy considerations that council has identified today or that may emerge in the future.
And then my last question is that the staff report mentioned community facilities, and I asked in my written council questions what were some examples of things that either staff or the CPPC were thinking about, and the written answer I got was that they were named in the CPPC meeting. But I read that just before I walked here, so I was not able to watch the CPPC meeting. Do you remember any examples, or people who are on the CPPC might remember any examples of what community facilities were named?
Sure. I'm not recalling at the moment specific facilities being named. What was discussed in my recollection from the CPPC meeting was consideration that projects in the city's capital improvement program could be a source of potential community facilities associated with a given project, or other adopted city policy documents that have identified community needs that could be met through provision of a facility.
Through the mayor. So I agree with the community development director. If you're looking for an example that has come up, I don't remember if it was in the CPPC meeting, but in prior conversations about gatekeeper, things like a branch library, for instance. If a development proposal included dedication of a facility that would serve a function like that, then it would meet the spirit of the criteria.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, it's been a while since I heard gatekeeper, because my first stint on council, there was quite a bit of it because there was a big demand for doing a lot of development in Mountain View. And my recollection of gatekeeper was a very special event, and it was to pick out items that were specifically that the city wanted. So help me, the history, why are we here now at this particular point? What did prior councils say that was wrong with the gatekeeper process?
I'll start and allow either Amber or Lindsay to supplement. I think my understanding includes in part a desire for greater clarity in the gatekeeper process, including some council member discussion of trying to include more objectivity and criteria that were clearly put forward. Currently, there's not a central place to go and see what the gatekeeper policy is. And so as we talk about it, we recognize we don't actually have a gatekeeper policy. We have a gatekeeper past practice, and we have some limited provisions spread across different parts of the city code. So really what this effort is intended to do is to bring together in a singular sort of unified manner, what are the criteria, what are the aspirations and policy priorities of the city, and in what ways can we provide clarity and direction to gatekeeper applicants as to how they could fulfill those. So it's somewhat less of a guessing game and somewhat less of an exercise only for significantly resourced applicants, and something that applicants of all levels of resourcing potentially could have a better opportunity to participate in.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for the question. Lindsay Hagan, Assistant Community Development Director. Just to add on, I think, to what Director Murdoch was just stating, additionally, having a policy like this, there are definitely some administrative procedure aspects to the policy that are not in our code, that by publishing them in a policy does provide a lot more clarity to the process and steps and expectations. I would say the other piece of this too is historically, as someone who's been here with the city for a while, a lot of times what was happening is developers would come forward with their proposal and they'd start asking staff what the expectations were about some of the community benefits. And quite frankly, staff doesn't set the policy or the interest there. So it kind of put a little bit of a conundrum for us in terms of trying to assist people in the process and knowing what's important to the community or council at the time. And so having a policy like this really just centralizes all that information in one place and allows us to sort of revisit it when needed as things progress and change over time.
Lindsay, follow up a question. Sure. So back then, or wait, it's not that long ago, staff was fielding questions about what was expected. Did you see that back then, you said just come back with the best community benefit package you can? Was it more free-flowing then about what people were offering versus now there's a criteria to say, well, all we have to do is match this, but prior they were going beyond to get whatever, to get that appointment or that recommendation to approve?
Yeah, I think your question's a bit tough to answer in the sense that so many factors go into a development and somebody proposing a gatekeeper, right? There's a lot of market conditions, economic conditions, other things that play into what they might package that, may play into what they're doing. So I think the time in particular you're speaking to is a time when we did have a lot of development demand. We had just adopted our general plan. There was a lot of momentum around new development in key areas of the city. And so I would say we have to kind of acknowledge, we're not in that time now. I think we're in a different era. And so I think ultimately this policy being that living document helps us evolve that stuff, over time and be clear about what's expected. But at the end of the day, if applicants do come forward even after the adoption of this policy to city staff, we will obviously point to it. But we have conversations with developers, about their proposals and sort of aligning with this policy would be sort of how we would start directing those conversations moving forward.
And I'll add, as drafted, the policy is clear that an applicant is not required to provide any of these criteria, and so they could come forward with something else they thought was better or more enticing for the city, and they would be allowed to come forward and make their case to the city council. So again, these are guidelines and criteria for someone to shape their gatekeeper application, to reduce some of the guessing that would have been associated in the past, and allow them to shape their application that way, or to put forward something else if they so desire.
This, where did this streamline process come about? Is that required? Is that something required by the city to do now?
So it's really just a reframing or rephrasing of what we already have in our code today. So some of the history of the gatekeeper process, so 2001 is when we actually adopted it formally into our code. And then around 2012 is when we introduced some amendments, and then I think 2017 was another round. And it was really in the latter amendments where we introduced these exemptions, is what we called them, in the code today that are still there, that are effectively, if you meet certain criteria, you are exempt from going to the council authorization hearing. So the two main ones, or the three main ones we have in our code today, are around NOFA projects, are around split zoned parcels of 2 acres or less in size, as well as industrial to residential conversions that are less than 2 acres. So instead of calling them exempt, because we felt like that wasn't a great term, we've now sort of relabeled it as streamlined. And as we're proposing based on the feedback to date from council and CPBC, we've sort of reframed them into the 2 categories you see today, which is still 100% affordable, just sort of removing the limitation on it being city, funding being associated with it. And then the other one being sort of the list of measures in terms of performance measures that were listed on the screen before.
And to the part of your question about are we required to have them, we do have a housing element obligation in program 1.3.f to identify additional exemptions, or in this case, streamlined gatekeeper categories for residential projects based on certain criteria. So I don't think that we have an opportunity to pull back entirely on streamlined gatekeeper project types, but we do have the opportunity to think through and shape what those should look like.
So, Lindsay, just a question. So we had exempt gatekeeper 5 years ago?
Yeah, we've had them on the books for a while.
But did anybody ever come by and do that?
Oh yeah, we do.
5 years ago?
We do. I wouldn't say regularly, but we have gotten them. We actually have a couple in the queue now.
Okay, now, but that's what I was wondering 5 years ago.
Yeah, we had them then as well.
Okay, thank you. So the statement about the housing element is, so are you using the streamlined process to fulfill one of the housing elements, or did you require to use the streamline in it? We could have used other processes.
So as it relates to the housing element program to identify additional exemptions, we are envisioning that the streamlined gatekeeper project criteria for the project of limited size with community benefits is our mechanism to fulfill that housing element obligation. There is the other obligation, right, to hold at least one gatekeeper hearing per year for projects including residential uses. And so that's not specifically met by the streamlined, that's met by the regular gatekeeper process.
Are there any other, if you didn't use this streamlined process exemption, is there any other ways that you could have satisfied that requirement under the housing element? Or have you thought of another way?
I'm not aware of another way that we've thought of to satisfy that, given that the phrasing of the requirement in the program.
Okay. So with this streamlined process, and Councilmember Clark and I were both here involved in the general plan, 2012, going through it, and then all the precise plans. So I see hundreds of thousands of dollars have been put into determining the general plan, determining precise plans, if this is what we want in these particular areas. And I would think the streamlining sort of skirts a lot of those requirements. How do we justify bypassing all this work that we've done in the past to circumvent because of this exemption policy? Is it, so we're losing potential benefits because of this, potentially?
Well, I think fundamentally what you're asking is a policy question. I would say the city council needs to determine, whether and under what circumstances it wants to allow applicants to deviate from adopted land use policies, such as the general plan or the zoning. In the specific case of housing, right, since the general plan's adoption in 2012, it has become clear in our region in particular, and in many places across the state, that there's a housing crisis. And so related to residential uses and projects with residential land uses, We do have an obligation in the housing element to think about how to broaden those exemptions, right, as we've talked about a moment ago. And so I don't see that we have an opportunity readily available to sort of further restrict this opportunity for residential projects. But it remains an open policy question whether council wants to widen the opportunity in some way for non-residential projects to pursue this.
I think too, I'll just add that it's the streamline is that they just are not going to the council authorization hearing. They're still asking for the legislative changes, which means that council is still able to potentially ask for more of those projects. And that's what that list, of requirements are in the streamlined version. Those are essentially translated into community benefits. And so it's not that they're skirting through and then they get to just use SB 330 and not, and waivers and concessions and everything. This is still a legislative project, and it's still going to come to the council to decide if you want to grant that legislative action of a rezoning or a general plan designation change.
Well, I was looking at your flow chart and said exempt, boom, bypass council and goes up. So what did I miss? Because you're saying there's something different. So the flow, explain the flow chart and what you just mentioned.
Yeah, so it's only skipping the council authorization hearing, but the project will still come to council for approval of those legislative actions, at which case the council could say no.
Okay, does it go through the EPC? Mm-hmm. So all the other hearings, so they're automatically, they get a pass jail free card.
Yes.
Yeah. And then they go that way. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And that's, I also had the question about when we did it before, when the council did it before, we did it once a year, and that made everybody bring their shiniest development to us. And now you're saying, well, let's do it ongoing. And so that seems to me is that, okay, we're just going to sort of nickel and dime us as we go along, but you're saying that this is more or less work for the department to have them ongoing versus one big showing at one time?
So I think that what we envision is that there will likely be one hearing per year unless, we hear otherwise, or we, discuss modifications to the policy, or we're getting so many applications that it's overwhelming. But I think the way that we're envisioning it as a department is that we will have one hearing per year. It's the only difference is that people could submit their applications throughout the year instead of during a specific 3-month time period. Mm-hmm. They just have to submit their applications per the policy as we've written it 90 days before that hearing date so that we have enough time to analyze the project. So as a staff, it's not going to mean that we're coming to the council constantly for authorization hearings. We're coming maybe at least once per the housing element, and potentially more only if we're seeing a very heavy volume of these applications.
You mentioned that you would analyze it, so you're potentially saying you could weed out a potential gatekeeper if they come in and say, yeah, we don't think it's going to meet a threshold, or you're missing certain elements?
No, we will present every single project that is submitted to you, or to us, to you. Mm-hmm. The analyzation comes in the form of us letting you know what is within their project that, is in these guidelines, and, what their community benefits are, what they're asking for, what their designation change that they'd like to do, what their future project looks like. That's what I mean by analyzing the project.
And just one clarification, projects that are complete, meaning that they've submitted the minimum application requirements and information, all of those will come forward, regardless of the degree to which they provide community benefits or meet any of the criteria.
And just reconfirm that during our conference, that the requirements to get through a gatekeeper, we're asking more than the minimum. We're asking if...
So the way the criteria are drafted for the regular gatekeeper applications. It says you can do this by, for example, exceeding the city's minimum below market rate housing requirements, exceeding the city's minimum parkland dedication requirements, or providing a parkland dedication if you're not required to provide one. So for areas where the city has an adopted policy, this policy sets the bar higher, saying you need to exceed that minimum requirement and show us essentially your best way of doing that.
But you also said they don't have to meet any requirement.
That's correct. These are guidelines or suggestions or criteria. We're giving examples of how they can reflect their project favorably when it reaches the city council, but there's not a minimum set of requirements.
Why not?
I think the intention, as we understood it from prior council discussion, was to provide some flexibility and to allow more or less resourced applicants to have an opportunity, or to provide an opportunity to put together an enticing project in some way that the city hasn't thought of in its identification of priority categories.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Okay, thank you so much for this report and all the work to get here. I know it has been going on for quite some time, and I really appreciated my briefing. And I have a couple of questions that I've thought about the last day or two. One is, seems like in the staff report it mentions the amending the gatekeeper process. So when we get this gatekeeper, I'm not clear on what sort of amendment process you have in mind and why we would need to amend it. I believe it said every year. Why would we need it to amend it annually? So could you talk a little bit about that?
So I think what you're referring to was the discussion at CPPC about imagining an annual evaluation for that. The way the policy has come forward, it just simply indicates the policy may be amended at any time. So as need emerges or is identified, the council can direct that the policy be amended. There's no minimum requirement for annual evaluation or updates to the policy.
Thank you. Okay, and then my other question is, it seems like one of the things with gatekeepers, streamlined or otherwise, that what we're doing typically is we're making things more dense, usually, and so it's making our community a little more urban, and there are kind of neighborhood issues that go along with that, like wider sidewalks and circulation patterns and all that kind of stuff. And I was wondering, where does the evaluation of that come into the project? I got the feeling they write a letter, and a letter answers many of the questions. Would you instruct people to talk about that, or that's what you look for? So could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So I think the answer is it is relevant or is evaluated in a couple of different ways. Not every gatekeeper project is going to develop their plans fully enough to be able to demonstrate, finer grain details like sidewalk width, for example. Some applicants may choose to do that, but there's no requirement in the draft policy to develop that level of detail. It is time consuming and resource intensive, i.e. it costs a lot of money to hire professionals to prepare those kinds of plans. So ultimately it's up to an applicant to put that information forward at that level of detail or not, or perhaps just commit to it more qualitatively in a letter committing to exceed standards. Or
that these are concepts that they're taking into account.
Exactly. And so that would sort of address the transportation category that's in the draft policy. The other way it comes to be analyzed is through the formal application review process. And so if an application is authorized to submit through the gatekeeper authorization process, then through the city's standard development review process, we would evaluate, is it meeting the minimum standards? Is there opportunity to push for more? It is still a legislative amendment, and so the council has broad discretion to approve it or not, so that gives the staff greater leverage and ultimately the council greater leverage to push for those improvements that exceed the minimum standards as well.
Okay, because ultimately with every project, we're trying to improve the city. That's what we want to do. We want to help the developer make the design so it improves the city. And so I think that with these gatekeepers, it's important to make sure that we consider that right from the get-go. Thank you.
Do any other colleagues have questions? Not seeing any, I'll open it up for public comment. Would any member of the public like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. We'll start with in-person public comment first. I believe that's James Kuzmal.
Yes. Thank you. I'm James Kuzmal. I am speaking in part to Mountain View YIMBY's letter on this item, and I just wanted to thank staff and council for revisiting this as was required by the housing element. And first off, comment just on the general principles of the Gatekeeper project as we see it, or process. Ideally, most new development in the city can go through standard ministerial approvals and whatnot and be compliant with zoning and everything, but there will always be exemptions. Personally, I would hope for less need for exemptions than we have right now, but even in an ideal world, there is going to be need for exemptions, and this helps provide that process. And on the topic of streamlining in particular, one challenge when we have a long, convoluted gatekeeper process is that makes financing for projects complicated. That makes it the process unclear, makes it so you might have to constantly go back and change things in unpredictable manners. And so setting more guidelines up front for do this, and this is what council wants to see, and then you can go to council once, and if you've met those guidelines in good faith, they will approve it in all likelihood. Is great. However, we have some concerns about the current streamlining criteria. Basically, they seem likely to make it so that we just aren't going to get any projects using the updated streamlining criteria as is. Having to provide 25% BMR units plus some amount of parkland dedication plus the other requirements is in all likelihood just going to result in 0 or near 0 projects using that process. And like 25% BMR units of no projects is not fulfilling the city's goals. And so we would encourage figuring out how to loosen those criteria for the things the council cares about, whether that is making it so more of those criteria are ors, like a project that provides 30 dwelling units per acre, of which 25% are BMR units, is probably a project the council wants to see, regardless of the exact parkland dedication that it provides. And perhaps similarly for some of the other criteria. And just as a general matter, I would encourage thinking about which of these criteria correspond to things that the council and the city cares about versus the cost imposed on the projects. Something like requiring parkland dedication is extremely expensive because of the cost of land, but other criteria may be, like some of the sustainability criteria may be very important to council, but may impose lower costs on the projects. I honestly can't speak to the exact costs imposed by the sustainability criteria because I'm not sure they're well defined yet. And as Director Murdoch was alluding to, this is also required by the housing element, and hopefully if we're fulfilling that in good faith, we actually result in lots more projects coming forwards, and with the minimum density requirement, hopefully that means that they are all projects that are valuable to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. David, I see you, but I don't see you. Yeah, it's okay. You could fill it out after. It's all right. I just wanted you to know I saw you, but there was no card yet, so.
James had a great comment. I wasn't ready for him to have so much ready to say, but please adopt the streamlined gatekeeper update, including the small parcel exemptions. I think that also, as he just said, the large parkland dedication requirements are going to, or excessively high BMR unit requirements are going to result in nothing at all getting proposed, and then nothing at all coming to council. The fact is, no matter what you decide on for streamlining here, you still get to make the decision of whether to let them move forward or not. You can still deny them if you feel that maybe they think that they met the letter of it, that you feel that the project is not good for the city. You still have the option to deny them. These are meant as guidelines. Again, as staff I think pretty clearly laid out at the beginning, this is a list because staff didn't want to get asked, hey, what does council say that they want, right? This is just a way for you to tell staff what to tell developers, when they ask, hey, what's going to get me through Gatekeeper, this is the list of things that they can say. It would be good if, you're probably going to approve the things that are on projects that meet these requirements, but again, it's future councils. This is, and this does not actually bind on them as far as I can tell. He's nodding. It doesn't bind future councils, and as as also was discussed, it can be changed at any time. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any more in-person public comment, so we'll move on to virtual. Our first virtual public commenter is Robert Cox, and then Leslie Friedman, followed by Bruce England, and then Louise Katz. So Robert, we'll start with you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos. Okay. And members of the City Council, I'm Robert Cox speaking for Livable Mountain View. We are not supportive of the new gatekeeper proposal, and we ask you to set it aside for now and just move forward with the current gatekeeper proposal until this proposal can be properly vetted. The new gatekeeper proposal includes streamlining processing of applications for a huge fraction of our city. A policy change of this significance should only be done after community outreach and EPC hearing and notice on the council. We believe also that land use matters like this are best handled by the council initially and not by the CPPC. Beyond this, we have some deep questions about what is in the staff report. And I mean, we really want to see this stuff clarified before we can get on board with what's being proposed here. In particular, many of the included areas for streamlining gatekeeper projects are in the R3 zones that were specifically not selected for the R3 upzoning process, so that the streamlined gatekeeper process could be used to circumvent the council's choices for the R3 high-intensity areas. There's no minimum lot size, and yet the criteria asks for open space. And generally, gatekeepers in the past were large enough to create significant housing and merit consideration of a zoning change. But now it looks like we see a streamlining process with no density or height limits indicated or even suggested for the project. So we don't even know what to make of that. The proposal includes a provision for no project gatekeeper proposal, which doesn't make any sense to us, as the whole point of gatekeeper process is to get new projects. I want to make a comment about what was discussed about, the former exemptions that were like split zone and next industrial. This is what's in this map is far beyond that. Okay, and that's why we feel like this was left out as like a huge surprise to us. So that's why we really want to hear more about it. I'm heartened a little bit to know that the projects would still get an EPC hearing. I hope it means also a council hearing, and we're not talking just about the idea of you put the application ahead of you, and then it means that, there's just some final council vote at the end, maybe even on the consent calendar. So really, I want to hear that clarified. And in any case, I'm just nervous because we just don't understand this well enough now. And I want to hear more about it before it gets the final approval. So thank you for hearing what I have to say about it, and I'll let you go.
Thank you. Leslie Friedman.
Hey, hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I have just a short impression from listening to this discussion. It seems to me that a simple vote tonight will not really cover the extremely diverse categories that have been discussed. They aren't going to be treated in the same way. It's almost a new sort of government sideline, a new government parallel to the existing excellent government. So I would suggest that the city take time to review what's going on in this rather complicated tapestry of services and plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive again. Well, yeah, listening to this discussion and listening to the comments, it just sounds like you got a lot to consider here. However, I am heartened to see at least an attempt, a valiant attempt, to pull together a lot of existing goals and priorities that the council has been talking about, and that the community has been talking about. So you have affordable housing brought up here. This is very important. I just want to mention that longtime housing advocate Roy Hader just passed away this weekend. And so that's on my mind in terms of the housing part. But then we also want to make Mountain View a great place to live for everybody while we're making it affordable. And this is very hard to do, but you have one of the paths to meet requirements include prioritizing preservation of large healthy trees on site and incorporating biodiversity measures from the city's biodiversity strategy, such as a minimum 75% native trees and landscaping and dark sky measures for lighting. So that's all great. So in ways that those can be tied together and still make the community comfortable, that would be great to see. And then just last comment is on the community facilities. I don't know, like Councilmember Hicks, exactly what that might include. And I brought this up many times here before, but we need more public-facing restrooms. And if we're a community for all, seeing signs in windows that say restrooms for patrons only, it doesn't pass the test for community for all. So that puts it on not only our public facilities, but also on what developers are willing to provide, including at places like the Transit Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Katz.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. First, I'd like to address quickly the complaints about parkland requirements. I think it's important for the council to remember that we already have, thanks to the laws in Sacramento, 5-foot setbacks for new buildings. There'll be no trees, there'll be no greenery on those projects. When we have no requirements, there will be no action on no benefits. The lack of clarity on these changes, as Robert Cox has already addressed, I would agree, but I would also like to point out the problem with historic preservation. If the idea is that, again, we have this very vague concept, and in the meantime, we have other projects that could impact what historic preservation even is and how it should be dealt with, then it's going to be too late to then say, well, we can just amend later, because when we need to amend it, it's because there will have been, quote unquote, bad actors, as one of our council members previously used that term. And then it's too late, because the projects will be moving forward and the amendments will certainly take time and effort, especially if there's going to be any public input. And also the comment that it appears as if, and this may not be your intention, but it appears as if we're bypassing public input when we then go back and change the R3 areas that have already been put together with public input. And when we do have public input for precise plans, et cetera, and it's successful, the council is very laudatory that these efforts have been made. But now we're basically turning back the clock and avoiding any opportunity for the public to have input until the projects are basically there. And finally, I would think that it's extremely important that we have some understanding of the need to retain whatever local control Sacramento allows us to have. And I think it's only with public input, it's only with clarity as to what we are going to do about preservation, and having at least some requirement, maybe just one public benefit out of this extensive menu that staff has provided. Because again, without any type of requirement, we know developers will have the upper hand. And we appreciate the concept that our city council would be able to negotiate, but I don't think that's realistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Katz.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mayor and esteemed members of the City Council. I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is very grateful to City staff for proposing critical updates to the Gatekeeper program. As we've stated before, Gatekeeper remains an important tool for ensuring our city can attain its housing element goals. We have been supportive of many of the CPPC requests and recommendations noted in the staff report, especially ones that encourage creative solutions for our future development needs and provide flexibility and discretion for city staff and council. We'd like to make a few key points. With a shared goal to produce more housing units as quickly as possible, we add our support for streamlining residential and maybe even mixed-use projects. But as noted by earlier speakers, imposing costly and burdensome criteria on small projects adds unnecessary barriers to the production of housing and is not consistent with the goals of the city's housing element. The Chamber also expresses its support of moving requirements out of code and allowing a wide range of products to apply each year, as updating the zoning ordinance can take years or even decades. Submission of a Gatekeeper project application where only a zoning or general plan map change is required will maintain council flexibility and allow the city to be much more responsive to site-specific issues and market changes. Again, a real win-win. Additionally, we support making criteria suggestions, but not mandatory, thus leaving discretion with council. While it's a bit of a bummer we won't have a Gatekeeper this year, we are glad that they will be at least held annually. That said, we do not see a reason to have a 2-year minimum for resubmittal. It just slows the process and adds to the already significant costs. If satisfactory changes are made, a project should be allowed to come back in the next opportunity, especially if Gatekeepers will be held each year. Again, we applaud the city's commitment to a more efficient and defined Gatekeeper and towards processes that will enable housing projects to better pencil out. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel Salazar.
Hi, good evening. Mayor and council members, my name is Manuel Salazar, and I'm here on behalf of SVL. First, I'd like to begin by thanking staff and council for your time and thoughtful efforts in revising the Gatekeeper process. This has been an important opportunity to modernize how Mountain View evaluates housing proposals and really appreciate the meaningful progress that has been reflected in this update. We're especially encouraged by the introduction of an annual Gatekeeper hearing, the long overdue exemption for 100% affordable housing projects, and the move forward towards objective thresholds for streamlined eligibility. These are important steps, and they are leading the program in the right direction. That said, we remain concerned that the policy, as drafted, continues to pose procedural barriers that may unintentionally discourage urgently needed housing, especially projects with high levels of affordability. To better align with Housing Element Program 1.3F and support the city's housing goals, we would recommend the 4 key refinements. First, broaden streamline eligibility, specifically to include mixed income projects with at least 20% affordable units, particularly near transit or in identified growth areas. Second, reduce the public benefit requirements for mixed use projects that exceed 20% on-site affordability to ensure they remain financially feasible. Next, allow flexibility in how community goals are met. Instead of a one-size-fits-all checklist, consider more adaptable, context-sensitive pathways. And finally, remove the mandatory development agreements for streamlined projects that already meet all of the city's, standards. Ultimately, we believe that the city should continue moving towards, the framework based on clear, objective standards and community-driven planning. But if the Gatekeeper process is to remain in place, it must be carefully calibrated to enable, not slow, affordable housing production. We really appreciate your leadership on this item, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chuck Muir.
Hi, this is Mary Dadio. I heard Chuck Muir called, but I guess I'll go ahead.
I guess we lost Chuck, so.
Okay. Okay.
He's back in the queue, so go ahead, Mary. We'll start the timer.
Thank you. Yeah, Mary Dadio. So regarding the project criteria for streamlining, I was very pleased to see that environmental criteria were included, specifically tree preservation, the requirement for 75% native trees plants, the dark sky measures, and also the net zero carbon emissions. I think it's wonderful to see so many environmental factors included, and just thank you for including all these so early in the development process.
Thank you. Albert Jeans.
Hi, I just wanted to voice my support for what was said by Louisville Mountain View. I'm particularly concerned about the lack of public input up to this point for this pretty monumental change in a pretty important legislative process. I'm glad to hear that, streamlining does not mean automatic, ministerial approval. If there still will be a council and EPC hearing on different projects, but I like staff to clarify that and to make sure it's a full hearing and not just an item on the consent calendar, because those items tend to get overlooked. I can see why, the streamlining may save some time. I mean, it's kind of like, okay, this project meets these criteria, can automatically go straight to the council for final approval. On the other hand, I'm not clear in the current process or what council authorization actually accomplishes. Does streamlining really save that much time for an applicant? There are a lot of questions about this process, and so I think the council would be well advised to, unless you feel like you really understand it completely, to take some more time and maybe do a study session, one more study session on it to really firm it up. For example, one of the criteria says as long as the parcel is next to another parcel that allows a density of 12, they get the go-ahead. But what if all the other adjacent lots are just single story? Does that still give them, the go-ahead to build a 4 or 5 story building there? There are a lot of exceptions that we may not have thought about, and I think we need to more carefully go through the different criteria that staff came up with and make sure that it's more bulletproof so that, applicants don't say, oh, well, we met all these criteria, once they get the final council approval, why can't we just go forward? And, there might be pressure on the future councils to say, okay, well, they did meet the criteria, so we should okay it. So in general, again, I think we should just take our time with this. It's a very important change, get more public input, and put together a process that will really work for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Chuck, let's try again.
Good evening, Mayor Kamai and City Council members. This is Chuck Muir. I live in North Wisman neighborhood. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight and share my concerns about the proposed gateway policy under consideration. While the intent to streamline development process is understandable, I believe this policy as written risks undermining Mountain View's thoughtful and community-driven planning network or framework, By allowing near automatic approvals, this policy could unintentionally bypass the rigorous review that has long ensured developments reflect the need and character of our city. This approach not only threatens to disadvantage very residents who have invested their time, energy, and passion into building Mountain View, but also risks prioritizing developers' interest over community well-being. Since this policy requires council approval, it's critical to ask who truly benefits from this. Unfortunately, the evidence suggests that developers will gain expedited approvals. Our future tenants, many of whom face affordability challenges, will see little advantage. Meanwhile, long-term residents may bear the impacts of increased traffic, congestion, and strain on city resources. I respectfully urge City Council to carefully reconsider the vote against the approval of this gateway policy tonight. Let's continue to champion policies that support balanced growth, protect our community's character, and ensure Mountain View remains a place where we're all proud to call home. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Great, thank you. All right, not seeing any members of the public in the queue or in person, I'll bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, well, I agree with every member of the public who has spoken. And let me break that down now into something sensible. So No, seriously, I do. I think all the sentiments that have been voiced are important. So I like a lot of this that staff and the CPPC have come up with. In particular, I like the objective criteria. And having that instead of, as some people have said, a guessing game. At the same time that I like a lot of it, I think it needs some tweaks. I think everybody has said that so far, so I'm still agreeing with everyone. The first tweak I would make is that I think reevaluations, and I hope there are not too many of them, I think that reevaluations need to go to the full council and not to the CPPC. That's because this is, you can hear from the the sentiments of the public that the gatekeeper is an important process. More than that, our general plan is important. And I think to be respected, it's the work of so many community members regarding what they want the city to be. So I think that, and one resident said to me that this decision we're making right now on the dais is the most important thing we've done all year. So I think when we visit it and revisit it, hopefully not too many times, the full council needs to go over it. Secondly, so that's the first tweak I would make. Secondly, so as the mayor said on one of our previous times when we were looking at gatekeepers, the gatekeeper projects that we look at really have to go above and beyond. And I think that the objective criteria that's listed list out sort of ways to go above and beyond, or at least not sink below. So I think that a number of them have to be not nice to haves, but have to haves. I mean, I'm fine with saying that they're all guidelines and somebody can come up with an absolutely miraculous project we've never thought of and maybe skirt them. But really, I think that, many of them, like 75% native landscaping is something we ask of everyone, I think. So to me, that's not, some of them, like that one, for example, are not going above and beyond. So the second thing, I think I would like an even more specific list of objective criteria that applicants need to abide by, but not that they have to. I know that they sometimes come with half or quarter-baked plans. Just explaining how they do them, rather than having a fully fleshed out plan. I'm talking about things like streetscape improvements. So that would be something like sidewalks widened to align with new building heights, planting or furniture strips with trees added if not currently there, that sidewalks can be widened via cantilevered second floors where appropriate. But I think that would be one example of something I would want to run by everyone. Or another one would be adjacent land use buffers. Explain how the project will buffer residents and users from adjacencies like freeways and homes. I think a list like that everybody has to explain in some way is something that I would like to see. And then for some of the other things, I'm talking about the streamlined gatekeeper, like parkland and open space, community facilities. I think that those, maybe you choose one or two of them. So tighten up, I would say, on things that we usually ask of everybody anyway, and loosen up a little on the criteria that's extremely difficult. Let's see if I had any more. Anyway, basically, I like that it's becoming hopefully less of a guessing game. I want to make sure that what we do is not, doesn't kind of open the floodgates to just gut the general plan and produce more projects than we can handle. So when we have a gatekeeper hearing, we have 20 of them and council doesn't really have time to go over them. Because it doesn't, having them all come to us if we don't have time to look at them doesn't really help. So those are my preliminary comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to express my appreciation to everyone in the community who participated during this meeting, and also express my appreciation to staff for putting together this policy, which I think is very strong. I know it's taken a long time to get here, and that's in part because there are 7 different perspectives on the council and many different perspectives in the community. It's not an easy thing to put together a policy that addresses all of the concerns that we've heard, but I think this is very strong. And it achieves one of the most important objectives, in my opinion, which is to shift away for what we're calling the streamlined gatekeeper process, to shift away from focusing on things like industrial to residential conversion, which really isn't something that the council, I think, actually wants to facilitate. And I know Councilmember McAllister has talked over the years about the importance of not eroding our industrial base, and I agree. But right now, in our municipal code, industrial to residential conversions are streamlined. They don't have to go through the gatekeeper authorization hearing, which is where the city council provides permission to submit an application that then goes to through the entitlement review process. So rather than focus on things like that, what the policy does instead is identifies performance criteria. If we're going to allow a project to bypass the authorization hearing, then it must achieve community and city council objectives. So that's what this policy provides a framework for. You have to do things like provide additional affordable housing or parks and open space or community facilities, which I think are the things that we often hear from our community, and they are hard things to deliver, especially when, because of state law and other considerations, our ability to require some of those things is limited. So this is our chance to ask for more, to achieve many different community priorities, maintain our local control, because at the end of the day, we can always say no, and provide an incentive to developers to say, yeah, I want to help the community, I want to help the city achieve certain goals. If they don't do those things, then they do not pass go, they do not collect $200, and then they have to go through a very political and challenging process where they go up there, among other applicants, and they say, please, council, allow me to submit my application. And then we take turns grilling them, and we say, why should we do that? So the performance criteria, I think, is an essential component of the policy. And I think the foundation here is strong, but as staff had indicated, and as we've heard from some of the public comments, circumstances change. And there may be a reason why we would want to make different parcels eligible for the streamlined process, or we may want to deprioritize certain performance criteria and instead say we want to achieve something different. So I think having a periodic reevaluation of the process is really important. And I agree that it should not be done by the CPPC. That should be done by the full city council in a public hearing and ensure that members of the community can participate. So I'm going to make a really complex motion. And I'm going to do so recognizing that there will probably be a lot of friendly amendments and requests for clarification. But most of the things I'm going to suggest are actually fairly technical. Some of them are more substantive, but I'll try and walk through everything as carefully and concisely as I can. So first, I'll move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting City Council Policy G9, gatekeeper application policy and procedures for the review and authorization of private development applications with legislative amendments to city regulations referred to as the gatekeeper process to be read in title only, further reading waived. So the first change I'm going to suggest is for the streamlined gatekeeper projects in category 2, we pull out A and B. A is size and B is density. And we put that in a special category of called eligibility criteria. And I'm deferential to staff for what it should be called. But it's basically that those aren't performance criteria. Those are who is eligible for a streamlined process, right? So the size of the parcel, the minimum density, it says residential only. We have to have one site that a site has to abut at least one side with residential density greater than 12 dwelling units per acre. So this is page 5 of the proposed gatekeeper policy, which is in attachment 1, the resolution.
Okay, so you move the staff recommendation, and as you're making changes, let's just allow colleagues to go and pull up the resolution.
Yes.
So it's the resolution, page 5. He's going into page 5 of the resolution. And you are under which letter?
So 2 qualifications, category 2.
So page.
I guess it's page 6 of the PDF.
Page 6 of the yes.
Yes, sorry.
So just all get on the same page. All right. So page 6. Is everyone there? Okay, no problem. Okay, so it's page 6 of the PDF, which is actually page 5 of the resolution, and we're under item 2, which is qualifications. You are specifically trying to call out under category 2, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, category 2. So you want to amend the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're going to distinguish between eligibility criteria and performance criteria. And I'll explain why that's important in a minute. But the first change would be what are currently criteria A and B, size and density, would be shifted to a different section. And I'm deferential to staff on formatting the name, but arbitrarily, I'm calling it eligibility criteria, and that any project must do both of those things. And then the second change would be, as Councilmember Hicks was mentioning, what are the things that we absolutely require and the performance criteria. And I'm going to recommend that we require F, which is trees and biodiversity, that's page 8 of the PDF, and then G, which is historic preservation. So those 2 are required of any application. I'm also going to suggest that we include the recommended language, and then, of course, deferential to staff if there's a better way of expressing this. So trees and biodiversity, and then the historic preservation. Those are the 2 that would be absolutely required. And then the trees and biodiversity criterion would be amended to say this project proposal includes a minimum of 75% native trees and landscaping. And then here's the revision. This is proposed by Shawnee Kleinhaus, utilizing the North Bayshore Precise Plan plant palette unless otherwise specified by the biodiversity and urban forest plan. So it's 75% native trees and landscaping, but we're further specifying the plant palette used in the North Bay Shore Precise Plan. And then the next change would be, again, this is something Councilmember Hicks, I agree very strongly about, that of the remaining performance criteria, the qualifying application would do one of the following, and that's C, affordable housing.
So what part of the PDF are you on now? And you're calling performance criteria what staff has defined as performance criteria, or the new subcategory that you have now defined? So I'm just, can you please clarify?
So this would be in pages 6.
So page
7,
6.
and 8. Sorry, yes.
So it says page 6 of the PDF,
yes,
or page 6? Okay, so the first part that you've done is you've moved the staff recommendation. You want to amend the resolution to create 2 different categories of criteria that staff has not recommended, but that you're saying you want eligibility. Under eligibility, you want to put size and density. Then you're calling the other category performance?
Yes.
Okay. And you want trees, biodiversity, historic preservation.
To be required of all projects.
So now you're moving on to your third part of the motion.
Right. Which is for the remainder of the criteria, affordable housing.
The criteria as you define or as staff define, and please say which page.
So this is, all of these are staff defined. Pages 6, 7, and 8 of the PDF.
Okay.
So that would be C, affordable housing, D, parkland / open space.
C, D.
E, community facility.
Uh-huh.
And H, sustainability.
H.
So
there's 4
right
remaining.
That's one of the 4 would be included to be eligible for the streamlined process.
Okay.
Thank you for bearing with me. I'm almost done. Then one thing that is another change from the staff recommendation is...
So is this a 4th?
Yes. Okay. Currently, the staff recommendation says streamlined gatekeepers do not have to have a study session. And so the change would be that a study session of the City Council would be required even for streamlined projects, because we've heard that community input is essential. And it also gives the council a chance to say, is this really what we want? Is this really our expectation? And then also clarifying that in no case could a gatekeeper project be approved on the consent calendar, that it would have to come to a council, be approved by the council in a public hearing. So I think that's already the case, but if it's helpful to spell it out, then I want to be very clear that we're not talking ever about a gatekeeper project being approved by or on the consent calendar. And then also, if I think this is, yes, thank you. If it's also helpful to say in the policy that a policy amendment or reevaluation must be done by the full City Council and not by the CPBC, then I think that's an important element to include. So those are the changes. And then direction to staff to come back with a recommendation for if staff thinks it's appropriate. Right now, this is residential only, but I don't think we necessarily intend to prohibit, ground floor retail or a coffee shop or something. For staff to return to City Council with a recommendation for language to expand eligibility to mixed use projects, so predominantly residential, but allowing for ground floor retail or some other supportive, like neighborhood supportive commercial use. I think that is helpful to providing neighborhood amenities in areas where they may not exist. And then also, based on the staff response to question 75, also for staff to return with a recommendation for objective criteria for a project that was rejected to be reconsidered. So right now it says a project must wait 2 years before submitting a substantially similar application, but substantially similar is not defined. And I think that's going to be challenging for staff. So if there isn't an easy way to know if a project is substantially similar, then staff actually suggested a possible solution, but I would say for staff to come back with a recommendation for an objective definition of substantially similar. So those are the proposed amendments and additional direction.
Mayor, may I just ask for a clarification or make a point on two of the recommended modifications from Councilmember Ramirez?
So I was actually going to take a brief 5-minute recess so that, because I am counting 8 different motions that I have written that would be associated with this item. And I think in terms of clarity for the discussion as it goes forward, it might be helpful to have that all up and on screen for colleagues to be able to be on the same page. So I'd like to call a brief 5-minute recess, if that is all you have, Councilmember Ramirez, so that I can confer with staff to understand the different motions and elements that are involved. And I think that might be helpful in terms of the clarity for the discussion going forward, if staff is amenable to that. Okay, great. We can confer. Great. So I'm going to call a brief 5-minute recess, and we'll reconvene once we have a clear understanding of the motion on the floor. Thank you. All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We're going to reconvene. I have heard through the grapevine that we have even further amendments, so we're just going to all have to put our patience pants on and as we go forward. All right. So, Councilmember Ramirez, you're still in the queue. Do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone for your patience and staff for your work on preparing the slides.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilmember McAllister.
How faster would a project, if it's in the express lane versus the non-express lane, how much time is saved?
I think it's hard to say because we don't know exactly when and how many authorization hearings will be conducted, but I think it's fair to say several months to potentially a year or more, depending on when an application would be submitted relative to when the next authorization hearing would be conducted.
Okay. And why wasn't there like a study session with this? I mean, look, you had all these other meetings. I didn't participate. Chris didn't participate in. So why you consolidated now and then said, because, so, yeah.
Well, I think the council has held, more than one study session on this subject already. Additionally, taking this to the CPPC provided an additional public input opportunity. And I think we are really trying to formulate this in a way that council can hopefully adopt and allow us to move past and complete this council work plan item within the 2-year period, which is why we really pressed hard to try to get something before council for action at this time.
Okay. So I guess I'll put in some comments. To me, gatekeeper is a very important process and should be handled with only those most items that are most exceptional that move forward and meet the emergency need, not urgent needs of the city. The last gatekeeper, the council approved a U-Haul center storage. To me, that was not a gatekeeper level of raised to the level of a gatekeeper. I thought that was just rather interesting how that came about. To me, a gatekeeper is again something special, and that's why in the past people put in all these, here's what we're going to do. That's more than normal. In this process, you don't have to do anything to go forward, and I don't like that idea. We need to put something in there that if you're going to do a gatekeeper, it's going to be exceptional. It's going to be above the bar. And yeah, we'll spend the time and we will allocate you and you will get a free pass to get to the line. So that to me is a criteria that I would like to see. Also, parkland. To me, we are building all this housing, but we're not putting in the parkland to provide the recreational release of people to go and do, and we're already short on our 3 acres per 1,000, and so we're just making it worse. So some in the council want to say, well, more housing will be better, and I'm saying, I want a balanced life to present to our people. We want to have them enjoy it, not be stacked into where all the cars are out in the street because there's no parking and there was no parkland. And that, yeah, we got housing, which basically we're turning into silos because people aren't getting any use to it. So I'm concerned about the criteria that you're not having any. So at this present time, I can't support what I hear. And, I sort of like the old way, and I do appreciate the objective saying, okay, here's some criteria, but our criteria are, you said somebody can show up with nothing and be getting in the queue, and I go, that doesn't warrant a gatekeeper. So making it a little more defined, but those requirements are higher up than really up there. And so it's just like buying a house. You want to pay $100,000, but you got to keep raising the prices to get up to, if you want it, you got to pay more. And so until I see something along that line or requirements, the smorgasbord approach, I can't support because it just doesn't meet my level of concern. And we do need to make sure we get public input on some of these things. And where you did say you will go to the to the EPC, and I agree totally that going to the CPPC is not, and I was, I'm on it, but I wasn't able to make it, but to put that much weight on two people's voice and to incorporate it into I think is a little premature, that it should have been part of many voices included, but to say CPPC said this and so we're going to roll with it, I think that needs to be evaluated a little bit more. So I guess I'll sit here on this roller coaster and see where we end up. But yeah, that's where I'm at coming now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. So 7 members of council and 7 different perspectives on the gatekeeper, and they're all really nuanced. Some are farther than others, some are closer than others. I view the gatekeeper as pretty much give us your best spiel. Give us, tell us what you want to do, and we'll see if it's worth our time to do it, essentially. And for some members of the council, they want it to be something absolutely extraordinary for us to consider it. I'm a little bit more lenient at that. I want to be able to hear what is going to be proposed, and if it matches how I view, meets the goals of our city, I'm okay with it moving forward. I am inclined to support, I'm likely supporting the amendments to the staff's recommendation. I also believe that, as Councilmember Ramirez says, and actually a few other colleagues have said, that it shouldn't just be on the CPPC. It should probably go to all councils when they, as we make these decisions. I've been, as long as I have been on council, and I have the least amount of years as everyone here, we've had 2 study sessions on gatekeepers. So there has been input. This is not something that was just sprung on us. And so I'm glad that we will be moving forward on this. It is something that is required through our housing element. And on a reminder, our housing element is supposed to be our plan to how we are addressing this housing crisis. And so that is why we are moving forward with things like gatekeeper, because housing, and particularly affordable housing, is very important to our community and has impacts to our community in so many different ways in our quality of life. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I'm curious to see if any other changes will be brought into this motion. And thank you, staff, for diligently working on the minutia of this policy.
Councilmember Clark.
Thanks. So the motion on the floor prompted a couple of questions, and there were a couple things in the presentation that I'm not sure I picked up in the staff report, which is probably my fault. So on the historic, focusing on streamlined gatekeeper criteria for a moment, the does not demolish historic resource. I agree that should just be kind of a standard thing if you're going to get streamlined. But the slide presentation mentioned the contribution to an offsite preservation fund. So would that contribution be required of all streamlined projects, even if they're not messing with historic resources? Was that the idea?
Correct.
It's just part of a country. Okay, that's helpful. And then the community facility for public use at 1% of land value was the. I assume because there's a percentage value, they could either provide a community facility of approximately that minimum value either on site, or they can make a contribution toward perhaps the city has a community facility that's working on like a public safety building or something. Was the idea that they could provide a cash equivalent in lieu contribution, or?
As it's drafted, it doesn't provide for the cash contribution alternative. That could be added to the policy language.
Okay. What would be examples of an on-site community facility? Someone mentioned bathrooms, public restrooms.
Perhaps a community meeting room is another example.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. And then on the regular gatekeeper, okay, I think I'm done with questions, except for sort of related to that. In the mix and match performance criteria, or the proposed mix and match performance criteria, one is for at least 24% of the site area to be public park, trail, plaza. If a site just doesn't, if it doesn't make sense on that particular site to maybe it's just, to have a park, plaza, or a trail, would an offsite land dedication or cash value equivalent to that be okay? 24% seems like a lot, but maybe that is not a big deal. Compared to the 1% community facility, that's
Sure.
why, because someone's going to choose one over the other always, is what I'm trying to avoid.
It's a sizable dedication requirement, to be sure.
Yeah.
This does not currently provide for a cash in lieu contribution, but again, that's something that could be added to allow the value to be converted to cash.
Okay. I think I'm not opposed in theory to the mix and match performance criteria. I think it's, one, I just don't want this to come back to us again over the summer or in the fall. And so I'd like, as painful as it will be to hash it out tonight, and what I want to avoid is having one of these pick ones being way more attractive than any of the others. Like, there needs to be some basic equivalency. And that's where it's going to get really tricky doing it on the fly. But let me just give you my overall perspective. So, the world of yesterday / today was, we had our annual, or however often we had them. We had the beauty contests. Those were for the non-exempt gatekeepers. We all remember those in the good times. But there were, as I think Ms. Hagan mentioned earlier, there was an exemption route that was unfortunately for staff poorly defined by council, and council's minds changed over the years, as they naturally do. And so I think where we end up crafting something tonight and through this process that's been going on for quite a while is something a little bit more concrete, in that we still have, there's still the annual sort of beauty contest sort of thing, where you can propose a lot of different things, and there's much more, I think, fungible criteria, even though we set out the things that we really care about. But at least instead of the previous exemption process where it wasn't as defined, we're basically changing the name to Streamlined, and we're adding in additional criteria. So I think at the end of the day, we end up in a better place. On the regular gatekeeper side, I think the framework that you provided is excellent. The only thing that I would even say we might want to entertain, and maybe we just don't mess with it tonight, is there's affordable housing, there's business retention and expansion in parks and open space. On the business retention and expansion, one of the things that's come up, especially in the current economic times, is not just retaining a business under its current use, but allowing a site to develop into an adjacent use. So we've heard there was demand at one point for biosciences and labs instead of like a traditional commercial office. We're not really probably going to have data centers in Mountain View because land is so expensive, but I can see different uses being proposed over time that wouldn't necessarily be so different that it would create a conflict with the surrounding uses. So that's a long way of saying, in addition to, like, business retention for me means not just retaining the current use, but also, being open to a change of use to something reasonably similar. That's the only, if I were to tweak anything about the regular gatekeeper evaluation process, that's really the only sub-bullet that I might add in as something that we would consider. To Councilmember Ramirez's proposal for the streamlined process, what I captured was there's like the thou shalt bucket, which is minimum 30 units per acre, maximum site area 3 acres, and adjacent to one parcel that's allowing 12 units per acre. That was what staff had already defined. I think there's some mandatory performance criteria, which were minimum 75% native trees and landscaping. You're not going to demolish a historic resource. I don't think the funding contribution at whatever it was, 0.5% or something really moves the needle. So I think as long as you're not destroying a historic resource or trying to use this as a way to do that, then I don't think I don't feel strongly about the 0.5% contribution. But and then I would add as a mandatory performance criteria, I think the building, we're talking about residential here, and I think those should just be all electric buildings. I think that should be a mandatory performance criteria. On the mix and match, and sorry, all electric in place of net zero, because as much as I love net zero buildings, I don't think we have any net zero residential buildings, and I think it's probably going to be a while before we do. And we're a little ahead of, I like being ahead of the curve, but I think that's a little too far ahead of the curve. So I think for now, just having it be all electric makes more sense than having it be net zero. For the mix and match, we talked about BMR requirements, fine. Where the details are going to get really tricky in terms of crafting, equivalencies and things that where everyone isn't just going to exceed the BMR requirements by a tiny little sliver so they can avoid 24% of the site area being a public park. Tiny. Yeah, okay. Well, we have to define that.
They are.
Oh, are they more defined than what I thought they were? Okay.
Extremely challenging.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I was looking at the slide, not the resolution. Thank you for pointing that out. And then there was the other bucket. So streamlined applications would have a council study session. I have no idea at what point in time that would happen. But it's fine with me if that makes everyone feel more comfortable. The gatekeeper policy modifications being done by council is fine with me. I think the council should always retain its ability to solicit input from its committees. But I think it's right to not have CPPC be the final, or whatever committee be the final say. So that's fine with me. The North Bay Shore plant palette being used until the urban forestry plan is adopted is fine. I think the urban forestry plan, because it will look at different parts of the city, should probably trump the precise plan at that point. That's fine. And then I don't think we should leave it to staff to figure out what substantially similar is in a project coming back to us. I think maybe, I think it, instead of waiting 2 years, they could come back at the next annual hearing if they wanted to. But basically, I'm just trying to avoid things having to come back to us in the fall. So I think the more we define tonight, the better. So the only, and I'll stop talking, the only one question that brings up for me is the streamlined process mentions all residential only projects. And I think it was Lucas who brought up a good point around, I'm not opposed to neighborhoods serving retail or neighborhoods serving commercial businesses on the ground floor. So I just don't want to accidentally preclude. I think those are actually good things. Those are rare for us now. So I just don't want to preclude a project that's 100% residential from having a ground floor coffee shop or a daycare or a pet daycare, or, choose whatever. I just don't want to preclude those. So I would allow some flexibility in the in those ground floor uses for the streamlined process. But otherwise, that's a long way of saying I agree with most everything. The biggest changes that I would make would be, instead of net zero residential, I think starting with all electric makes sense. I think net zero will make more sense down the line. And then I think we really have to figure out, if we're going to do mix and match criteria, we just have to figure out what makes the most sense there tonight, if we can. And I'll stop talking.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Yes, well, as the seconder, I have some questions too, and a lot of them, frankly, went right along with what Councilmember Clark and Councilmember Ramos were saying. So that's good. I would agree. Hopefully, the maker of the motion is okay with the sustainability being changed to all electric building. Is that okay with you?
So, through the mayor, if it's okay, if we change sustainability from net zero to all electric, then I agree with Councilmember Clark, that should be in the mandated for everyone.
That's true. It should. Okay, good.
So yes, I would accept that change.
Okay, good. And then another change I would like to make to the sort of the things you can choose is to add another category that is neighborhood serving commercial. And so that if a residential building is going to provide neighborhood serving resident commercial on the first floor, then that would be one of the things that they could choose to do to make their project qualify. Is that okay with you?
I'm okay with that, but I think we will need staff's support to determine what an objective standard would be that would be sufficient to justify the streamlined process. So what would be like maybe some arbitrary number, floor area ratio with a commercial element that is above and beyond what we would typically see.
Yeah, I think that's challenging for staff to do from the dais tonight to suggest.
Well, what if we were just to say, if we didn't have a.
Can I just interject? So there's a slide that we've put together. So one of them, it's the staff recommendation, then there's amendments, and then there's one for staff to evaluate. So rather than just say, maybe that we can put that on the bucket of staff to evaluate the neighborhood serving residential, that would come forward in the next iteration of Gatekeeper, but then that wouldn't preclude some of these amendments we're making tonight to be adopted, so that we could use this amended gatekeeper process. Well, also we have a couple staff evaluation items, and my suggestion would be if we could add it there, if you're amenable.
we could do that.
Okay, and that gives staff the opportunity to evaluate.
I have written down stuff like typical neighborhood commercial, like gym, open to public, coffee house, childcare, dental office, drugstore, et cetera, or something non-commercial like a satellite library, nonprofit space, used bookstore, community center with publicly accessible activities, or just sort of a general first floor public use that might be commercial. I think there are certainly in places where that's an amenity. Okay, so all in all, I'm really happy with this process. I think we have gone through a number of iterations, and we're adding a lot of clarity, and that's really good. And then the other thing is, I think that the gatekeeper is to allow for innovation and development, and it still does that. In fact, I think it does it better, so that's good. And I think the idea of the streamlined process is excellent, and I like the idea that it's made a little larger. The 3 acres instead of the 2 acres. That includes more in that, and I think that's good. And so all in all, I think those are good. I was going to make the suggestion that we have this laundry list and do choose 1 or 2, and so that's been made. So I'm happy with that. That's great. And Another thing I would like to bring up for consideration, maybe in the future, or ask staff how is not as a requirement, but in the regular gatekeeper process, to list allowing your site to be used for safe parking until construction takes place as something that is considered an amenity. And we have been trying for the last 10 years to get safe parking lots, more safe parking lots. We've been very successful of building a program, particularly at Shoreline, but we've had some success with using affordable housing sites before they were affordable housing while they're in the construction phase for temporary safe parking. So I'd like to be able to continue with that custom if there's anybody who's interested. There may not be anybody who's interested, but I think in the idea of clarity, to make it clear that we are interested in hearing about that, I would like to have that added as something that we'd like to hear from people about.
So perhaps that can go in the staff to further evaluate.
It could, yeah, or we could just add it as.
I saw the response to the council question related to this. So I feel like if you're looking for more than what was in the answer for the council question, then it might be best to put it into that for further staff evaluation.
Well,
or we can turn to staff. I mean, I feel like staff, I can turn to the city manager if you'd like, but that was in the council questions.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that this is one area that we would have to look into more. And I think one of the suggestions I would have for council this evening is to, whether it's this or all your other very well-intended suggestions, is to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Because we can reevaluate this. You know, we can incorporate everything that you have suggested so far. There are several areas for evaluation, but what we'll need to understand is, do you want these areas to be evaluated to be incorporated into this new policy? Because if you do, that's going to take time, which means it's going to have to come back again.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I feel like we have been working hard to try and get more safe parking lots. And I feel like this is an opportunity, while we're clarifying what's valuable to the community, for us to say, hey, safe parking lots are valuable. If you can help us out with that, we'd like that. So that's really what I'm interested in, and it would be appropriate to do that. I don't want to stop this process for that. So I think that is basically my comments, and thank you very much to everybody for theirs so far.
Great, thank you. So did you want to put that into for staff to further evaluate then?
Yeah, I thought we did that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Councilmember Hicks.
Mayor, did you want to go first because you haven't spoken, or we're responding to the?
Well, do you have more?
Yeah.
Do you have more amendments?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't want to talk until I've seen all the amendments. Because I'm trying to.
But not much, actually.
Well, we'll I'll have to sit here and find out. Okay.
Yeah, so I basically like where this has gone, and thank you to the motion maker, because it's much more verbiage than I could put out there. But similar to my thoughts of I want full council review of policy changes, not on the consent calendar, have a study session. So all of those things I'm very supportive of. And I like the separation into eligibility criteria that you named, and then required performance criteria. I don't know what you're titling this, and choice or optional performance criteria. I like those categories. I agree with all the changes that have been made so far in terms of putting all electric under the required performance criteria. And also, if I understood it right, under optional performance criteria, either community facility and/or neighborhood serving retail. I don't know quite how we landed on that, but that general concept I'm in favor of. I think the one thing, or the things that so maybe staff can help me with some of this. The things that I'm seeing that are missing are things like streetscape improvements in places, like, to me, if we're going up from a place with 1 or 2 story buildings to a place with who knows what, 5, 7, name your number, then you need wider sidewalks. To me, that's, you're not going to have the 5-foot minimum sidewalk next to a 20-story building. I hope we're just not going to do that. So is there a way, is that something that do we already require it in some way? Can we require it? To be quite honest, I thought that was lacking. None of you were a part of this. So for the 555 Gatekeeper project, I thought the interface with Moffett was, I came on board when that was in the middle of it, and I thought it was not good. So it seems like something that we're not paying, to me, like something we have not paid adequate attention to in the past.
Councilmember Hicks, can you just please clarify, are you talking in the context of the street-lined gatekeeper criteria or regular gatekeeper guidelines, or?
I just think that's a necessary thing. I mean, if you're going to go up that, and I know I could say more about it and I won't, but I just think it's something that we have to do, and that there are ways of widening a side. I understand if you mandate widened sidewalks, you're taking away from the developable square footage, but we just saw in the San Antonio area, and frankly, I talked to the YIMBYs about this to some degree, that they did a cantilevered second story and widened the sidewalk, even though they kept the amount of developable space the same. So I think there are ways of doing that. I just think it's a mandatory thing.
Sure. So I think if this is focused on the streamlined gatekeeper as part of the discussion, it is very important for us to have objective criteria to evaluate their eligibility for a particular project. I think it would be particularly hard to do that given the range of potential projects that could come in. For regular gatekeepers, we already have something giving a nod to that as an example related to constructing wider sidewalks. But again, it's not overly prescriptive given it's a regular gatekeeper suggestion or indication of how to be evaluated favorably. In both categories, streamlined and regular, don't forget that these projects will still go through the very intensive development review process. And so given that these are legislative amendments that are required, staff will be looking for all of those critical things that it knows council wants to see in projects and pushing for those to the maximum extent it can. Unlike the regular development review process not associated with legislative amendments, where we are limited by objective standards requirements and other provisions in state law that curtail the ability for staff to push for things that are not in adopted standards. So it's a very different framework for project review of either a streamlined gatekeeper or a regular gatekeeper, where we have much more discretion to push for wider sidewalks or other kinds of things that we know council wants to see in projects.
I think the only other thing I'll add is that these projects are, like any development project, will be required to do what the minimum adopted, policy for whatever that streetscape is, if there is one too. So if there's already something that is adopted for the area that this project would be going into, that's just a basic project requirement. That doesn't have anything to do with it being gatekeeper or not.
Yeah, so I'm just trying, and maybe this will come along with objective design standards, which is, just like biodiversity and urban forest, another one of those projects that we'll be doing. But I'm seeing, for streetscaping, over and over, I've seen it not be done to my satisfaction. And on gatekeeper, I mentioned the 555 project. on gatekeeper projects as well. So I would like some way of us being able to, you know, like maybe it does come through the objective design standards, but you know, the other thing about the 555 project is it didn't have, in my opinion, enough attention to circulation. It didn't talk about, when we first started, bike lanes. It had a big garage exiting on a small pedestrian-oriented street with hundreds of cars coming out. It was like a lot of those things had not been thought about, and I would like some kind of list, and maybe it is objective design standards, some kind of list so that we don't short those things in the future.
Sure, I understand the point. I think it's hard to envision how the gatekeeper policy will ensure that's provided in every case. It's important to note that these projects will also go through study sessions, and so that to me is a key opportunity for you or a future council to say, this project doesn't propose enough in terms of sidewalk width, or the circulation plan is inadequate. Look at these issues in order to proceed forward. So again, the city retains a lot of discretion in its review of these applications, and I think the study sessions will be a critical opportunity to provide just that kind of more detailed input.
So maybe I need to keep my own personal list until we finish the objective design standards. But
I think it's just hard, like, to use the sidewalks as an example, to know what that objective criteria would be, even as a guideline. Like, how much is enough? Is it 10% or 25 or 50% more than, you know, a minimum standard? I think it's hard to say. And with right-of-way improvements, you know, as one key example, it's difficult to know what other constraints there are with the right-of-way or with site distance or any number of different sort of site level characteristics that affect the ability to, you know, construct wider sidewalks, as an example.
so we can't say address how, we can't just ask for a description of some of these things, like address how, as your building gets taller, you're going to widen the sidewalks, but not, you know, not have, maybe it's not a criteria or not listed that way.
I mean, I think it may be possible. I think it's hard to envision for me in the streamlined gatekeeper context as a criteria or guideline in the regular gatekeeper. Perhaps there could be more specificity in the examples to say, at minimum, explain how the project would provide sidewalks, you know, proportionate or appropriate to the intensity of development.
Oh, I would like that.
Possible to wordsmith something along those lines.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll say one other. There's a list here on in the staff report. It said trees and biodiversity, and to me, I like what we've said so far about biodiversity, and I won't repeat it under required performance criteria. There's another thing that sometimes goes on where there's, like it's at Cascals, for example, where there's a large tree that's pretty much where you'd want to develop the building, and and they chose to work around it. And we've had more than one project that does that. That doesn't seem to be in here anywhere. So I don't know if that could be a choice, but then I do run into what Councilmember Clark mentioned of making sure that the choices are roughly equivalent. Of course, not everybody has a huge tree somewhere in the middle of their lot. But that's one that I could imagine including.
Thank you. I think, again, in the streamlined gatekeeper criteria, it's hard to imagine how that would be objective enough for us to evaluate at the staff level. I think as it relates to the criteria for the regular gatekeepers, there is indication of prioritizing the preservation of mature, healthy trees. And again, sort of along the same lines as the explanation for sidewalks, the city retains significant discretion as to whether to approve the project, and we'll have study sessions that can allow focusing in on key trees or aspects of building design that could adversely affect tree preservation as the input opportunity for the council or the EPC to offer that feedback.
Okay, well, I think those are my comments.
Okay, great. So do you have a question? Okay. Okay. So I think that we should all look at what the final motion on the floor is. I think what I would ask colleagues is if we can add under for staff to further evaluate ownership opportunities as part of something that could be chosen for the streamlined gatekeepers. I know that, or, like looking at condo mapping, I think we've been talking about that in other places. And if we're going to be talking about going above and beyond, in terms of the original intent of gatekeepers, I feel like ownership opportunities are few and far between. And so anywhere where I can try to push for the missing middle opportunity is something I'm going to do. So I would like to add that to the I guess the third slide, which is going to be for staff to further evaluate as a category. So let's look at our screens. So the first item is going to be the staff recommendation, right, which is to adopt the resolution. And then with the following proposed amendments. So it's to change size and density to eligibility criteria, to create mandatory performance criteria for projects. These are the mandatory items. For 3, create a selection list of performance criteria with a minimum of 1. Affordable housing, parkland, open space, community facility. We would delete the TDR program participation. Under affordable housing, you could also do affordable housing / ownership, going forward. And then I'm going to continue to read the slide, or is there a clarification?
I did want to touch on under number 3, Mayor,
Sure.
Community facility. To Councilmember Clark's point about parity, if we'll call it that, in terms of value, as this has been parsed and sort of restructured to mandatory and then a selection list, I think it's notable that the community facility valuation is likely to be much lower than the affordable housing or parkland / open space dedication requirements.
Okay.
And so I think we would ask for consideration of increasing that to like 3% or 5% of land value to achieve something that's likely more comparable to the expense associated with the other two.
Okay.
We won't know until I think some time goes by and these play out if 3 or 5% is enough, but certainly 1% is too low. I think developers would almost always pick that as the option rather than affordable housing or parkland open space.
Okay. Is the motion maker okay with that?
First, yes to your suggestion, Mayor, about including as the next slide consideration of ownership opportunities. I think that's important. I'm comfortable with. I don't know if I would pick a number, but if it helps staff for the community facility, I think the intent is that like a building would basically be constructed for the city. So I think that would probably by necessity mean a much higher number. And I trust your judgment. If it's 3% or 5%, I think that's fine with me because it should be comparable to the other items. But if it's, were you thinking like it would be delivery of an asset to the city? Is that kind of what, do we have a shared understanding?
Or
if just to, just to streamline the process, why don't we just say, staff, if you have a suggested number that you would feel comfortable with?
Right. I think, my suggestion would be 5%.
Okay.
Given the estimates provided in the report and the policy, that would be $1 million. And if you think about the costs for exceeding the BMR requirements or dedicating, 0.24 acres of parkland, you're getting into that sort of order of magnitude, in my opinion.
So 5%.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I think in the future we can reevaluate if it's too high or too low relative to the other requirements or options.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. And then another proposed amendment is item 4, which is require study sessions at EPC and council for the streamlined gatekeepers. And then lastly, prohibit council gatekeeper action on the consent calendar. And then there are a couple items for future amendments to evaluate. So one of those would be developing new criteria to allow mixed-use commercial residential projects with minimum proportion of residential floor area. Develop criteria for neighborhood serving commercial for streamlined gatekeeper. Develop criteria incentivizing ownership opportunities such as condo mapping. Adding safe parking operation as an example for regular gatekeepers, and then looking into developing new objective criteria to define substantial modification for resubmittal of gatekeeper projects not authorized to submit an application. So that is the motion on the floor from Councilmember Ramirez and Councilmember Showalter. Are there any questions, or maybe call the question? Okay, Councilmember Ramirez, are you done?
Oh, I had a quick response to Councilmember Hicks.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's I agree with, I think, many of the intent behind streetscaping elements and retention of trees that are maybe harder to quantify. So maybe one way we could address that is by, if it makes sense to include in the policy, the study session should be held early enough for meaningful council input. So that way, even if we don't have an objective standard to point to, the council can say it's really important that we have wide sidewalks, and if you don't do that, we're not going to, approve the project. So at the very least, there's a way for the council to achieve some of those other important goals, even if they're not explicitly defined with objective criteria in the policy. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks, did you have more?
Yes, two things. One is with the choice performance criteria. Are we going to allow doing a little bit, like doing some of, I can't remember if they're A, B, or C, but doing 50% of two of them? You don't think that's a good, because I would, a path through it and a little bit more affordable housing? No, you just choose one or another.
I think operationally that would be very challenging for staff.
Okay, maybe in the future. And then the other thing is, is there something in the write-up that I missed on reevaluations? Because we talked about them.
That was the last item on the items for staff to evaluate. So it's to develop the new objective criteria, and it says for resubmittal. So that's what it was on the reevaluation component.
That was for resubmittal of, like, I submit my gatekeeper and you don't like it, and I want to resubmit.
So reevaluation of gatekeepers?
Of the gatekeeper process.
So my understanding was that that was going to come back to the full council.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that
so
here,
I
does
think,
it? Does it say it somewhere?
It's at the very end of the council policy, where it's the updates to policy. It says policy may be amended at any time by resolution adopted by city council.
So I think it was already, my understanding is it was already existing.
Okay.
But there was a proposed amendment that it just go to CPPC, I think, or something. I don't know how that discussion came, but staff clarified that
it goes to full council. Okay.
Right. I think the CPPC had contemplated having an annual review process.
Right.
It's not in the draft policy, and so.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, I think just reviewing everything on the screen and the slides, I think that, for at least for me, gets us over the finish line tonight. I think for the things to consider in the future or evaluate for Gatekeeper 3.0 or whatever it happens to be, if Wayne Chen were here, he would throw something at me. But what we could do is, if we end up not doing equivalencies and mix and match, you could implement some sort of point system. If there's a cash in lieu, maybe that doesn't count as much as something on site. But who develops that will be a fun process. But it might even end up being easier than equivalencies. But that's for another day. I think where we're at now is a good path forward. So.
Great. He's with us virtually, but I'm not going to have him. I'm not going to put that to him at this point. Correct. Councilmember Showalter.
I just wanted to, I think what we have on the screen is quite good. Kudos for getting it all mushed together so quickly. The only thing I wanted to add is, at least from my point of view, the study sessions, it would be fine to have, maybe 2 or 3 projects come forward together in a study session, if that's what works the best. I mean, I would, want staff to figure out the best way to do that. So I just wanted to add that. But no, I'm ready to vote. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to call the question. And I think my comments would be, since my tenure on council, we've spoken about this 5 times. So I think while I think this, the city manager makes great advice, which is, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think we're all making compromises tonight, and then with the understanding that we can reevaluate, we can make tweaks as this goes forward. But I think just want to share that I do think gatekeepers are an above and beyond, that we have our general plan, our precise plan, and other ways to move forward with development in the city. And so I want to enable and incentivize and understand that different circumstances come forward. But I really do want to make forward movement tonight, given all the lengthy discussion we've had. So let's vote. Great, thank you. So that passes 6-1. I would love a motion from colleagues so that we can continue our meeting. Vice Mayor Ramos.
I move that we continue the meeting past 10.
Great, thank you. That's seconded by Councilmember Clark. Let's vote. Great, thank you. That same spread, 6-1, with Councilmember McAllister dissenting. If colleagues are okay, we're just going to power through. We saw this item not too long ago, so and staff is already seated here and ready to go. So let's move on to item 2, reconsideration of density increases in R3 zoning district update change areas. Community Development Director Christian Murdoch and Assistant Community Development Director Amber Blazinski will present the item. If you'd like to speak on this item, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now, and we will begin with the staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Christian Murdoch, the Community Development Director. I'm joined this evening by Amber Blazinski, Assistant Community Development Director. At the outset here, I want to remind Council about a couple of the fundamental points related to the consideration of the R3 change areas and upzoning opportunities for study. Back at the March study session, the Council considered fundamentally 2 questions: whether to study option 1, which is known as the R3D2 zoning subdistrict, or the higher density option for upzoning of certain change areas that were identified. That option 1 goes to an upper limit of between 75 to 110 dwelling units per acre, or to pursue study of option 2A, known by the zoning subdistrict R3D1. In other words, the lower density option for the change areas. During the March 25th, 2025 study session, the Council supported the staff recommended change areas. Council also added change areas for condominiums in areas identified, added row house townhouse change areas, also identified as options by staff, determined the R3D2 or higher density option, option 1, was appropriate for 4 of the change areas that had been identified, and then determined that the R3D1 or option 2A, lower density option, should be evaluated for the remainder of the change areas. Subsequent to the study session, Council on April 22nd voted to reconsider the densities that were identified for study in the change areas, particularly looking at those change areas identified for the lower density option, option 2A, and to consider tonight whether to redesignate those for study for the higher density option 1. Following tonight's discussion, presuming that there are some changes to densities to be evaluated in the change areas, staff will continue through the environmental review process, which we've already started. We will commence work on drafting the various standards, including commercial of work strategy, small lots strategy, as well as conduct additional outreach to affected neighborhoods and properties, focused initially at least on those areas with changes to their densities to be studied. Later on, we will return to council for confirmation of the zoning approach that we've put together, targeted for Q1 2026. And then we will return later in 2026 for city council adoption of the R3 update. And so at this time, staff's recommending that council discuss the 13 change areas previously identified for the lower density, option 2A. And I have slides following this that can help facilitate that discussion of each of the change areas whenever the mayor and council are ready. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does any member of council have any questions? Okay, not seeing any, we'll open up public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Each speaker will have 3 minutes for sticking with us for so long. We'll start with in person, so James Kuzmal, then Alex Brown.
Thank you. James Kuzmal speaking for the Way of the Mountain View in Beacenton. As a reminder, we are in a housing crisis, and we also have RENA numbers to meet for the total amount of housing we're supposed to build before 2030, making so that we have more zoned capacity for that housing to get built will be good for people who want to live here, and will be good for getting soft story buildings replaced, and will be good for keeping the city in compliance with the state law. And so we encourage you to make it so that we study in the environmental impact report as many possible sites for future upzoning effectively as possible, so that then when council goes to actually approve these zoning changes, we have as much flexibility as we can to do so and to make it so that more people can live in our wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex Brown.
You're welcome. No, hi, friends, again. I feel like I've commented on R3, multiple times a year for the last 5 years. I love it every time. I'm glad this came back to council. I think that the results of the last vote disappointed me a little, because I don't think that reducing the amount of information that we as a city are gathering about what we can do to address the housing crisis is a good move. I think that we should try to be maximalist in at least the information gathering stage to know what the consequences would be were we to redevelop these pieces of R3, although I would rather see the entirety of the zone be evaluated, which maybe eventually we'll get to. I like seeing what's coming up, because I think that the more we can do, the better, and doing it parcel by parcel feels, feels like a waste when we could do it, R3 wide. I don't know, parcel by parcel. Anyway, it's late. I'm good. Yeah.
We'll move on to virtual public comment. Leslie Friedman, then Robert Cox.
Unmute. Thank you very much. I have just one thing to say, which is I respect the discussions and research that went into the previous decision from the council, and I respect the process that the council used in studying the situations throughout Mountain View. And so from me and other people who admired the way this worked out through the council, I would recommend not changing the vote that was already taken. It's an unusual thing to have a revoting. I understand that this time was considered a good choice to revote. However, my personal study of the situation, I think it's a good decision and there's no need to change it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Cox?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, and members of the City Council. Robert Cox speaking for Livable Mountain View. We don't support the new vote on these densities approved by the council on March 25th. Since that time, no new information has come to light and development conditions are substantially the same as they were 3 months ago when the council voted on this item. Making a different decision now undermines the public's trust that council decisions once made can be relied on by all stakeholders, including residents and voters of Mountain View. So anyway, we supported last time the EPC decision that except for the Del Medio area, we would go with option 2A, the lower density option, and we still have the same position, so we haven't changed on that. I'll just make a comment about, I had been on the APC for 8 years and I have been watching council meetings for the last 15 years. I've never seen the case when people studied some project that was coming forth that they didn't end up accepting the whole project, because how do you even take the study that's being done and then decide, well, I want to tweak it here to move it back a little bit or whatever. I don't really feel that justification is in line with what will really happen if you add the increased densities, because I don't believe, you'll have the basis for a decision to back off. You won't know because all you will have studied is the larger density option. So I think you need to make the decision based on what you really think is the best thing to do. And, I think that decision was made back on March 25th, and I don't see the point in changing it. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Manuel Salazar?
Yeah, hi again. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I'll be speaking again on behalf of SPL. I want to start by thanking staff and council for your continued leadership on the R3 zoning district updates. It's been a very complex process. It's been going on for years now, and we want to recognize the thoughtful work that's been going into it. We're especially encouraged by several steps the city has taken. Things like expanding eligibility to include additional infill and adjacent sites shows a flexible and responsive approach. We also strongly support the selection of option 1 zoning for key areas like Del Medio and Central Park apartments. These were well suited for higher density and help position the city to meet its housing goals. With that said, we remain concerned that the current framework doesn't go far enough. Without clear implementation tools, it risks falling short of what the housing limit calls for and what our community needs. First, we urge the city to release a feasibility study. Without one, there's no way to assess whether the proposed densities are truly buildable, especially on smaller and constrained lots. Second, key opportunity sites are still missing. Parcels near mobile home parks, R2 adjacent lots, and sites near the downtown transit center should be included if the city wants to fulfill its RENA strategy. Third, there's still no plan for tenant protections. We've consistently called for these changes to be paired with safeguards like right to return, enhanced relocation support, permanent replacement ordinances, et cetera, and without these kind of policies, we risk displacement in the name of progress. We don't want to build and lead to displacement. We want to be able to do both at the same time. Not displacing, pardon me. We want to build without displacing. In order to kind of address some of these issues that we've highlighted above, I'd like to recommend a few things. Firstly, completing a feasibility study within 18 months of this initial adoption. That should give ample time for staff to go back and kind of see how things have been going and then make modifications if necessary. Secondly, expanding the change areas as identified in our prior comments. Some of these areas can be zoned for higher density, and we would love to see that. And lastly, codifying strong tenant protections alongside new zoning. We want to build more units, but we want to make sure that people don't get displaced because, progress with displacement isn't real progress. Zoning is more than a technical, exercise. It's a policy signal. We believe a bolder, more integrated approach is needed to fully align R3 updates with Mountain View's housing vision and its commitments. We thank, again, staff and leadership and council for their leadership on this item. And yeah, I look forward to seeing how this develops. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So seeing no other public comment, we'll bring the item back for council deliberation and action. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the members of the public who spoke and submitted comments. One speaker referenced it has been, I think, in practice, it's common for the council after expending a significant amount of time investigating a land use issue to ultimately adopt the project or take some final action. But I was reminded in 2019, I was actually part of was the seconder of the motion to not accept the Terabella vision plan, which was something that a prior council had spent a lot of time developing. So it's not something that we have that's completely unheard of. So I do, as I shared in March, I'm comfortable with, for CEQA purposes, studying the higher density option, but I know that there are strong differences of opinion, and in an effort to keep the meeting short, I'm going to propose what I think may be a compromise motion, and that's to proceed with option 2A, or R3D1, the lower density option, in all change areas except for the following four, which are, and this is page 2 of the staff report. I'll wait for everyone to pull up the staff report. Page 2 has the change areas that were that are listed for option 2A. The motion would be option 2A, the lower density option, for all of these change areas except for the following four. Number 1, Del Medio North, where I live. Number 4, California Ortega. Number 5, California Latham Rangsdorf. And number 11, Solano Apartments. So those are the four that would proceed for study with for option 1, or the R3D2 zone. And that is the...
Yes, so thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. There are 13 different change areas. So he's proposing Del Medio North, 4 is California Ortega, 5 is California Latham Rangsdorf, and 11 is Solano Apartments.
Yes, thank you.
Does the motion maker have a second? Okay, and that is seconded by the Vice Mayor. Is there any discussion, or shall we take the vote? Vice Mayor Ramos.
I'll speak to my second. If I had my way, I probably actually would select option 1 for all 13 areas, but I don't think I'll win that vote. And so primarily the big ones that I care deeply about is 4 and 5, because California Ortega and California Latham Rangsdorf has I do feel like those are the apartments that are in most danger of being displaced and getting a net loss if you put row homes or whatever. Those are the apartments that we have the highest risk of getting we won't get net loss anymore because of SB 330, although it is a temporary law that will expire soon. But we will, that is an area where we really need to make sure that we get the density we need. So if we do need to redevelopment, and that is a large area where we do have a lot of soft story buildings. We haven't really studied soft story yet because of how expensive it is. But if we do have to redevelop those buildings for whatever reason, we hit a major earthquake, I want us to make sure that we can do a one-for-one replacement requirement, and should they get redeveloped, and you increase those odds by increasing that density. So that is my hope as we take R3 with our anti-displacement and one-for-one replacement requirements. So that is why I'm pushing for at least 4 and 5. Del Medio is a good one. I actually wasn't sure about 11, but I would have actually supported option 1 for all 13. So thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm leaning towards voting for this as a compromise, but I have to say the process I am deeply uncomfortable with, and the reason is if we're going to, if we're saying we're studying this, we're not choosing a density now. We're studying the envelope for CEQA, then that should have been the process, or maybe that should be the process that we announced to the public from the beginning. Because we had a lot of people here, some number of whenever we last looked at this, weeks ago. And those were people who thought we were doing the density then. We say that we want input from the public, and we're doing taking all sorts of measures to make sure that we do that, widening where we distribute flyers, making sure that we translate into multiple languages. And I think another thing that we have to do is have a clear process so people know what day to come to make the comments that are important to them, and not get kind of beaten down by council coming up with an ever-changing process. So if we're going to do this, study wider envelopes, we have to tell everybody that from the beginning, in my opinion. That's one thing. And then the second thing is, I do wonder whether, to what extent we're just putting off, to say that this is not a density choice. You named one project in the past, or one situation in the past where that happened, but really, most of the time, I think it is a density choice under another name, studying the CEQA envelope. I wonder what is the chance that we will actually change it. So anyway, those are my statements. I said which way I'm leaning. People can convince me to change my mind.
Councilmember McAllister.
So I think I'll jump a little bit on the process. So I don't like being here tonight. I think it was an unnecessary step. If I was to vote again, I would not vote for the reconsideration. I think it was a disservice to all those people that came before. They don't have a chance to publicly speak tonight. And so those who prevailed and complicit in this discussion it's not right. If you're going to do something, you should do it immediately, and the people have the right. So I'm not going to support the motion, and if this situation ever arose again, I would not go for reconsideration if it was so soon. But we need to respect the people that came here, and I think tonight is a situation where we're disrespecting the public by not giving them a fair opportunity to discuss this.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. I don't have any further comments than the ones that I made when this item came forward for reconsideration. So let's take the vote. And that motion failed. Is there a Councilmember Clark?
Oh, it just disappeared. I was trying to figure out who I'm trying to talk to. I'll just make a guess, an educated guess. I agree with Councilmember Hicks on the concerns about the process. I think for me, And I think some members of the public made a good point in terms of, it's one thing if there's new information or the situation changes. I think it's or if you have a really good reason. I think the in terms of a compromise, the thing that and I'll just point out, there have been other instances where we've studied the maximum envelope and or not studied the maximum envelope and then scaled down. North Bay Shore Precise Plan was actually a good example of that, where we were given the option to study like max density, whether it was office and or residential, and we at least on the office side, I remember we studied a smaller envelope, and then I think we actually reduced it from that. Look, I have been swayed by the concerns about displacement and the areas where at the prior meeting that I was very on the fence on was the two change areas in kind of the California Street corridor. So those were 4 and 5. If it gets us to yes, I'm much more comfortable with limiting it to those two, because I think those are the areas where it makes sense to study the maximum allowable envelope. I did think very hard and carefully about the other two that were proposed. I think Del Medio North and Solano Apartments at the last meeting, and I just, based on my conversations with interested members of the public before that vote, I just didn't feel. I just don't think it's appropriate tonight for me to. I just don't have additional new information or things that would change my mind there. But I do think that in the context of studying the envelope, the maximum amount of the most displacement that would occur would be in that corridor. And so I would move that if it gets us to yes, to study R3D2 in the California Street corridor. Those, I think it was change areas 4 and 5, but not 1 and 11. So that's my motion. We'll see where it goes.
Okay, well, your motion has a seconded by Councilmember Hicks. Councilmember McAllister.
So I'm a little, again, back to this process. So if we voted to change and it failed, wouldn't that result go back to what we voted on the first time?
My understanding is that the staff recommendation is just to discuss the 13 change areas. So it doesn't technically go back to the original motion, because when the item came back for reconsideration, it was to discuss the 13 change areas process-wise, looking at the city clerk, and that's my understanding. It doesn't automatically default. So we have, that's my understanding of the rules, but, right? Because, I mean, either way, we have a motion on the floor, so I'd like to call that question, and then,
well,
if we could, yes?
Okay, so.
But the city manager may, if you'd like her to weigh in.
Yeah, please.
So the prior full council direction during the agenda item would stand, where most of the 13 are option 2 right now.
So our original vote would stand. So to Mr. Clark, Councilmember Clark, I don't understand if we voted one way, why are you looking to get to a yes if we already have a determined vote?
Maybe I was wrong. My assumption going into this was that, through reconsideration, we're basically, I shouldn't say this because I'm clearly wrong, but it was just an extension of the prior meeting. So in my mind, if this vote fails, then I think we should vote to reaffirm the prior action, so it's very clear what the path forward is. I'm trying to strike a balance because I've heard from others some concern about the prior. I'm just trying to strike a balance and move things forward.
Yeah, so maybe staff can share the original direction, and then we can take this vote. So last time I thought it was a slight variation from EPC, wasn't it? So it was, because they had done this, wasn't it? It was plus Del Medio, and then I thought there was one other area. Okay.
So the council action to be reconsidered is whether to apply option 1A for study beyond the 4 change areas that council voted on March 25th. So those change areas were Del Medio South, Continental Dale, and portions of Central Park and Evelyn Calderon. Those are on the first page of the staff report to show the option 1A higher density options. And so what the reconsideration vote was to look at those lower density areas and whether any of those should be identified for the higher density to be studied.
So does that clarify, Councilmember McAllister? So it was just, so as the city manager was saying, it's just for those ones that.
On table 1 or table 2? Oh, so we're looking at table 2, and table 1 is was not being considered. Okay, thank you.
Because I think the original reconsideration had talked about broadening and looking at more areas. Okay, so does that help? Okay, so of the 13, Councilmember Clark is now recommending 2. So, all right, shall we take the vote? All right, and that motion passes. Thank you very much to staff for 2 very meaty items. We'll move on to item 9, which is our council, staff, and committee reports. Do any colleagues have any reports to share? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I wanted to share 2 things. On the Wednesday after our last meeting, I guess that was the 11th, we had a Silicon Valley Clean Energy meeting, and it was very budget oriented and very technical. We talked about a financial stress test for the that's done every year, and also some prepayment bonding. I've sent you through the clerk, you'll be getting a summary of the meeting. And if you have any questions about that, let me know. But again, I'd like to reiterate that next year, Silicon Valley Clean Energy will be able to buy 100% clean energy. And what that really means is 106%, because you lose 6% in the transmission. So that's really good news. We weren't able to buy 100% this year because really it wasn't available. And so that's good news. And then the next night, we had the council neighborhoods, we had a neighborhoods meeting, and that was very, it was the first time we had met at the Portuguese Hall. And actually that turned out to be a great meeting, great meeting place, great venue. And Christine Crosby won the most questions answered, and this meeting was kind of distinguished by more people gave compliments to the city than I ever remember before. So that was a nice change.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 12th, I was tagged into VTA PAC. They had no actions, but they did go over their TDM policy, which was, or the initial stages of them drafting the TDM policy, which was really fortunate because we just did ours. So that was actually nice to bring up when we talked about that with other cities. Then I hopped to Cities Association, Santa Clara County, and then CNC, which Councilmember Showalter mentioned. The next day, we had a policy committee for the Cal Cities Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Committee. I'm on that I'm on that committee. They largely talked about AI, and they had various toolkits available for municipalities. And one piece of legislation that they're following very closely, it's Durazo, I think it's SB 802. I checked me on that number. I actually put it, I had it on, but then I closed my laptop. And it's about virtual participation in meetings. And then on the 14th, North Wisman Ice Cream Social, they had a Kona ice truck. It was great. Then 6:20, I represented the city at the ABAG General Assembly. We voted to change bylaws, accept the budget, and yeah, it was mostly the budget and bylaws. There's some changes where they will have the rep. If you are the rep from essentially the Cal cities, you will also be the rep to the General Assembly from your city. That was one of the major changes. And also, apparently, the old bylaws allowed for secret ballot for the chair and vice chair of ABAG, and that's not allowed anymore. So we changed that. And then finally, on the 22nd, I went to the Rex Manor barbecue block party. Yay!
Great. I just want to report that I attended the Spanish Language Civic Leadership Academy on June 11th. We graduated our latest class. And then, let's see, June 12th, I attended the Cities Association for our annual summer meeting. Just want to thank our city manager, Kimber McCarthy, who served on that panel. I think many of us were there to hear the wisdom about how we work together as council and manager forms of government. And then June 13th kicked off the concerts on the plaza. And I serve on the League of California Cities Governance Committee, where we met on June 17th virtually. And then many of us were at the Alamo Draft House ribbon cutting. I'm excited to have something where the old Icon Theater was. And then from the 19th to the 22nd, I was at the U.S. Conference of Mayors representing the city of Mountain View at the 3rd annual meeting. We had 2 members of our companies in our community showcase Waymo and Google, so people realize where the city of Mountain View is. And that's my report. So with seeing no others, with their hands up, I'll move on to item 10. Thank you so much for joining us, sticking with us. The council will head into summer recess. So our next city council meeting will be held on August 26th, 2025. This meeting is adjourned at 11:32. Aloha. Bye.